like in the Hollywood Hills. They are massive properties sloped on those hillsides. And so, yes, to your point, Alex, this is the first one that we've really seen ignite. And you see on the upper right-hand corner, left-hand corner, pardon me, it looks like some palms there are also on fire as well.
Yeah, so not what we wanted to see in terms of this thing, in terms of an update there. Thank you so much for your perspective and for sending us that video, and hope you...
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was Brian Norgard joining us, who shot some pretty
man, yeah.
drop images from the...
It's looking real crazy.
In the Hollywood Hills.
In New York, man.
A home, it appears to be, that is fully engulfed in flames.
I mean, in Los Angeles, y'all. It's 5 after 5, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We most definitely here. What's up, y'all?
Flanks to it.
Y'all know about all this, man. This is crazy work. Shout out to her for it, man. Appreciate that gift, man. You know we need at least 3. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all most definitely looking out for the channel, man. Ain't this something, y'all?
And the original one was close to the Hollywood sign that we're hearing from a council member, Nithya Raman, who represents this district, that the Hollywood sign was not in its direct path. But nonetheless, there are mandatory evacuations for the Runyon Canyon area.
Prayers for the people of Cali, man. It's going down there.
At the bottom of the screen here, look at the emergency response down below.
Yeah, so...
Man, this look like something out of the apocalypse, don't it? I'm just saying. Man, this is crazy, y'all. This is what's going on in Cali right now, man. All these fires out there, man. It's wild, man.
Get the maps up. And in the meantime, while we get our bearings on that front, let's go out to...
Look like the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? If I ever knew what the end of the world looked like. Look at that.
Well, we still have the wind here. We have an active firefight, but one quick point. We've moved from Pacific Palisades up PCH. We're now in Malibu.
Wow, y'all. You know what I'm saying? A lot of destruction in LA, man. Whoa.
We're visiting with you about a couple hours ago. We put the camera.
Shout out to the sidewalk, man. We here. What's up, K-Cell? What's up, Marquise? You know what I'm saying? What's up, man? This is wild, y'all.
Almost a half dozen structures here, from garages to homes to beach homes. Many of them burned, many of them still burning, active fire there.
Golly.
Mike, he'll give you a look.
Been reported that there's 5 people in all of this so far that's unalive, guys. Make sure you double tapping that screen, getting them likes up, man. Look at that, man. Looks surreal, man. Wow, y'all. California is burning up.
It's dark over there. It gives you an idea. As the flames were roaring here, some of the embers hit that pole, broke it down. So you'll have infrastructure problems here, as well as a lot of this damage.
Cali is burning up, y'all. What's up, Mr. B? We in the building, Doc.
Structures lost, and also it shows you the continuing firefight we've had. This from the Palisades, Topanga Canyon, to the north of Topanga Canyon. You still have the fires in the hillsides, and you still have those glowing embers. You see the wind blowing the smoke.
Whoa, man. You know what I'm saying? We just
a circling, swirling wind here.
3 minutes in, man. Make sure you double tapping that screen, get them lights all the way up, guys. This is crazy work. This is Cali, man. This is what it's looking like in LA right now. I hope y'all been paying attention to the news, man. It said 5 people have been unalived in all of this so far that they've been able to count, man. We in the building. Make sure you subscribe, and if you new, road to 20K, man. We at 19.3K. Every subscribe matters, so subscribe. This is what it's looking like in LA, guys. Ain't that something? Y'all see that, man? That look crazy. Is the world coming to an end, man? I don't know, but it's a lot going, man. Look at the sun, man. It's completely blocked out. All that red back there, man, that's fire. It's smoke. Lord have mercy. Prayers for Los Angeles, man. Prayers for Hollywood, man. Are they trying to distract us from something else? We got a lot to go over.
Ed Lascos, thank you very, very much. We want to get back to the Studio City house fire that we are now over. So just to completely clarify here, this is not the Hollywood Hills. This is a Studio City house fire.
The Hollywood Hills on fire as well, y'all. It's a lot going on, man.
Minutes ago, at 8:52 to be precise, this is the 3600 block of North
All that fire, man.
Sunset Drive in Studio City. It's a 4-story home, well-involved fire. Firefighters are in the defensive mode, according to LAFD. And, they're doing what they can for structure protection for those surrounding homes.
So to get an address here now, we're looking at Goodland Avenue, near Goodland Drive.
Golly, y'all.
Ventura Place as well. And it looks like there may be other structures, not clear if those are part of the same.
Double tap that screen, man. Get the likes up. What's up, everybody?
A firefight here. Sorry about that.
I ain't never seen nothing like it, man.
Obviously, we got
I ain't seen nothing like it.
The chopper's moving all over. We're following 4 different fires, and it can be a little overwhelming and confusing. So
Goondini say that, man, that skyline look crazy. Yeah, man, you talking about this right here.
Like this in the Studio City neighborhood. Of course, on the
Yeah, man, that's dope, man.
From what we've been following.
They saying it's looking like it's the end, guys. What's up, Polo? We in the building, man. A little late, but I'm here. I had got locked out my IG. I had to reset it.
Firefighters is to try to prevent this from turning into a larger fire in this neighborhood. Thankfully, we don't have the winds that we had.
Get the likes up. Continue to double tap that screen, y'all. We 6 minutes in, man. We got a lot going on over here tonight.
Other homes on fire. It looks like that has happened, at least on this block.
You wonder about resources because they were already stretched thin.
Polo had to give me some rest, dog. What's up, Summer Marie? Shout out to Miss Legine for that gift. Appreciate that.
In Studio City, we have
the sun's on fire. It's been on fire. But man, it looks dope right here though, for real.
To go up in flames is the one on the right. The 4th
it's cooking in the Hollywood Hills, y'all.
Also caught fire. The winds in this area, according to Gina Silva on the other side of the hill, they weren't that bad, thank goodness. But they don't have to be that bad for embers to fly and, set other homes.
There's a lot going on, guys.
Fire. And those embers, we've seen them flying miles, 1 to 2 miles, to start spot fires. So let's hope that
there's a lot going on, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. These fires are out of control.
We know that we've had some water issues at almost every fire.
This the man and his dog, man, a family. Locked inside the crib.
Pressure, thank you.
Challenges.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay, alright? You're gonna be okay.
Man, look at that, y'all.
Oh, shit. Oh, we got a car. Don't worry about that, dude. Look at that. Oh,
look
shit.
at that, y'all. Ooh-wee, man. Ooh-wee. Man, I'm telling you, Polo, that looks scary, man. The California fires, man, the LA fires, Hollywood Hills, man. They trapped inside the crib right here. Look at that fire outside, man. It looked like the gates of hell has opened up in Hollywood, man. You know what I'm saying? They said 2024 was the year of reveal. 2025 is a struggle to stay alive, man.
This is off right now. No, don't open the window. Don't open anything. Just stay over here. Fuck.
Man, y'all. Ooh-wee, man. They are saying it's caused by the drone. The drone lasers, okay. Man, prayers for the people of California, man. Lord, have mercy.
All right? You're gonna be okay. Oh, shit. Oh, we got a car. Don't worry about that, dude.
Well, I wouldn't know what to do if I looked outside and seen all that fire. No cap. They'll continue to get those likes up, man. Polo, yeah, man. What's up, Goondini? Shout out to Aquafina, big boned woman, for being a member for the last 2 months. We in here, hey Aquafina, you know what I'm saying? AKA Leticia, what's up? Yeah, Ellen. Ooh, that look traumatizing right there, man. They wind up having to flee up out of there, y'all. Two men trapped with a dog as their home is surrounded by palisades or however you said, fire, y'all. Lord, have mercy. Prayers for them, man. Prayers for them, man. Yeah, man, they wound up having to hightail it up out of there, man. Last minute, they had to get lost. You know, it is most definitely burning extremely hot over that way. A lot of places on fire. Man, hold up. I'm just saying, man, a lot of places on fire. 5 people have been reported on alive. Pacific Palisades wildfire named the most destructive fire in LA history, y'all. Yeah, man, for real. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, the pits of hell has opened in Hollywood. What's up, Mo? It's a lot going on, man. You would think I was making it up. It's on every news station you can think of, all the big ones. You know, shout out to Leticia for that 5-piece. She said, I love that you really know my name. Shout out to Mahel, man. You know I got you, Leticia. We here. Yeah, man. Look at this, man. Look at it. Look like a scene out of a horror movie or something like that, man. The fire is coming. Lord, have mercy, man. This done engulfed California, man. Golly, y'all. It's a lot going on. They say it's burning up. Yeah, man. It's doing so much burning over there, man. They done stated it. It's a state of emergency declared as wildfire spread across Los Angeles, man. Los Angeles is under a state of emergency, y'all. You know what I'm saying? The fires are terrible over there. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you hit that like button, man. You know what I'm saying? It is really going down in Cali, y'all. The firefighters are out there. They doing water drops from planes. You know, they doing everything to try to keep it contained. But these fires are blowing out of control. A lot of celebrities done lost their homes as well. Man, I'm telling you, man, these pictures freaking me out. But there's been a lot of celebrities that lost their cribs. You know what I'm saying? Here go a couple of them right here. Billy Crystal lost a crib. John Goodman, Eugene Levi's, all their homes were destroyed, guys. You know what I'm saying? Some of Hollywood's biggest names, you know, houses have been taken out by this fire, man. It's going to be a lot of insurance money flying around, man. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a lot of insurance money flying around in Cali, man. It says Anna Faris, Adam Brody, and Leah Mester, Luce, whoever that is, homes in Pacific Palisades. They lost their homes. You know what I'm saying? Lose their homes in Pacific Palisades wildfire, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, there's some stars done lost their crib. Here go Adam Brody crib right here, man. You know what I'm saying? Blowing up. You know what I'm saying? Going up. Not blowing up, but going up. In flames, man. Yeah, all the millions of dollars just went up in smoke. Like Diddy career, man. Double tap that screen, get them likes up, man. It's crazy out here, man. Shout out to Mo for sending that super chat. She says, salute to my favorite blogger and sidewalk gang, man. Already, we in here, y'all. We in here. All right, there's more. Anna Faris home right there. It's nothing now. It used to be a big boy mansion. It's nothing now. It's gone. You know what I'm saying? Spencer and Heidi's home. Gone. You know what I'm saying? Reduced to a pile of rubble, man. Look like a bunch of ashes in a fireplace. Man, look, man. They most definitely getting them up. Man, I'm telling y'all, man, it's like a scene out of a movie. You can't make this up, man. Look at it. Listen to the sounds, y'all. Lord, have mercy, Jesus. This is what it's looking like in LA right now. On one side of the world, it is cold as ever. On another side of the world, it is burning up, y'all. Check it out. Paris Hilton house got burnt up. Said that Paris Hilton found out her house was on fire watching the news, guys.
Oh,
man, it looked like a volcano erupted over there, man.
Yeah, I'm not coming back this way.
we're in your car.
Golly, y'all. Ooh-wee, man. Ooh-wee, man. Yeah, man, it's looking like something. Hey, man, Hollywood is either doing a production right now or it's really bad over there, y'all. They said it's so bad over there, they was forced to move abandoned cars out the road, man. I'm talking about Teslas. I'm talking about a little bit of everything, man. I'm talking about Mercedes. I'm talking about a couple of Bentleys. They used a backhoe to move them out the street, y'all. I'm talking about, man, they were pushing cars out the road. The traffic was so bad, and they was using bulldozers to get them out of there, doc. I'm just saying, man, I ain't never seen nothing like it, ever. I've never, man, look. It's bad, y'all.
Get my horses out and get the rest of these guys out. We're not gonna let them burn.
There's a bunch in there still. How many more? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many. How many did you let out?
They had to evacuate their horses, y'all.
Maybe 12.
About 12? Are there more people out there right now?
Continue to double tap that screen. Get those lights up.
4, 2, 3.
Go straight to the barn and get my horses out.
It's crazy, man.
Guys out.
They had to let their horses loose, man. You know what I'm saying? It was so bad. Man, look, y'all. It's horrible out there. That's all I can tell you, man. Check it out. Continue to double tap that screen, y'all. Get them lights up. Man, tell me it don't drop a 1 if it looked like a atom bomb exploded, you know what I'm saying, or a volcano erupted in LA, man. You know what I'm saying? It's looking bad, man. Prayers for the people in California, man. She say God is humbling them. I believe it, man. It's wild out there, man. I'm talking about it is a lot going on in Cali, man. Hold on. But we ain't through, man. It's more. It don't just stop there, man. They got plenty of footage. Plenty. Check it out. Now, this is them same 2 dudes that was locked in the house with the dog. You know what I'm saying? They finally had to get up out of there.
We tried, bro. Sorry. Tried our best. Yeah, when this tree falls,
man, y'all. I wouldn't have waited till the last minute to say I'd have been gone. Forget that house. Man, this looks like a movie, y'all.
Holy shit. That tree.
The name of the movie is Escaping from California. This look bad.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Shout out to Miss Virginia Weber for that super sticker. She said prayers go up, blessings come down. Amen. Shout out to you for that 10 piece. Yeah, man, it's crazy out here, man. Look at this. 100-mile-per-hour winds, Tina.
Sorry, bro.
It's the people above us playing around, y'all.
Holy shit. That tree. Fuck. Oh. All right, dude.
Yeah, man. They got plenty of footage. It ain't over, man. It's more. And I ain't even got to the regular show yet. Double tap that screen. Man, most definitely get them likes up, man. It's looking crazy, y'all. It's looking crazy out there.
Crazy. There goes our hiking trail, that's for sure.
I have 2 rooms for y'all to come stay. I hear you, Rachel. This is wild right here, man. Unapologetic. What's the deal? We in the building. I'm up today. I'm rested.
Yikes. Yikes. Update. I'm watching our house burn down on the security cameras.
My guy say he watching his crib burn down. Security screenshots from the security footage at the crib. It's fire everywhere. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. What's up? What's up? We in there.
Where's the fire?
Yeah, man, just running through, man. I mean, I got so much to go on today, man. You know what I'm saying? Prayers for them, man. Prayers for them. Lord, have mercy.
Let me tell you something. We in the last days. I need y'all to share this video. Send this to somebody right now. I don't care who you love. Send it to a company one. This the book of Revelation. This the end time.
Got some people saying we live with the end is here.
A mass shooting happened at a New York City nightclub. Over 11 people was hit. Then go down the street to New Orleans. A driver rolled through a crowd on goddamn Bourbon Street, man. Knocked off. 15 people dead, over 15 people DOA, dead on arrival, 30 people severely injured. Then I want you to go goddamn 3,000 miles, 300,000 miles cross seas. Over there in South Korea, a plane was landing and forgot to goddamn drop the wheels, and the whole plane crashed. Unaliving 181 people, only 2 of them people survived. Let's go back there for 3,500 miles north to Las Vegas.
What is going on?
Las Vegas, they had a Tesla truck parked in front of the Trump Hotel, and the goddamn truck just exploded. Boom!
What's going on?
In front of the Trump. And see, that sounds like a sign to me. A metaphoric message to Donald and Elon, who happen to be goddamn besties out of nowhere since he done won the goddamn election. Now let's keep going down the book of Revelation. Just got down the other day, a Delta plane at the goddamn airport was taking off and nearly crashed into a landing private jet, nearly unaliving over 250 people between both aircrafts. I don't stop there. A 10-year-old girl was struck by a bullet that fell out the sky on New Year's Eve in Miami. Out of nowhere, unaliving her. 10 years old. And it don't stop there.
Man, listen to it.
The little boy pushed a man in the goddamn subway area out there in New York into a moving subway, and he hit his head, and he in critical condition right now. The man facing attempted murder charges right now. And then to top it all off, it's some kind of bird flu that's going around right now that's way more deadlier than the goddamn Rona, and it's out there lingering in the air everywhere. Killed over 200 birds, infected over 200 birds just the other day.
Man, continue to double tap that screen. We need 100 on the like. 50 more people hit that like button. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up.
Evil is overpowering good. Senseless assassinations happening everywhere. Incurable diseases being sprayed in the goddamn air by the same organizations that's selling the goddamn cure. We are living in the last chapter of the goddamn Bible right now. This is the book of Revelation chapter 18, verse 47, man. I'm going to tell you why. These are real signs of the end time. All these tragic events seem like they just seem normal. Every day you just wake up looking at CNN, Fox News, and you see all kind of new shit happening, and it just get worse and worse. Every day it seems like some crazy shit going on in the world. These kids out here knocking off their parents, man. I'm talking about 12-year-old, 9-year-old knocking off their goddamn parent by a video game because the parent took the video game away. What the hell going on? The devil is busy. Satan is on the move.
What's up, y'all?
But it ain't no love out here no more. Because if you could look what's going on, ain't no humanitarians out here. Don't nobody love each other, man. Pay attention. Look how humans are getting dominated by artificial intelligence. Look how sports betting sending people to the poorhouse. They going bankrupt. They don't even love the teams no more. They just care about the over and under hit. This shit gets scary. Then Christmas definitely did not feel like Christmas this year. I know y'all seen that the New Year.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We here.
Everybody was broke.
We most definitely in here.
And goddamn depressed. So now they crashing out because they feel hopeless and helpless. It's time to get closer to God, y'all. Pray for an order of protection over you and your family right now, because this the last days, and it's about to get worse before it get better. We definitely living in the book of Revelation, man. Satan done took charge. He everywhere at the same goddamn time. He moving at God's speed. And you gonna need a petition for change. And that's what prayer is. You gotta pray to God. You gotta have you a goddamn Bible. And you gotta talk to God. I'm gonna tell you right now. This book right here will save your life. All you gotta do is fast forward to the last chapter of the Bible.
Salute to everybody in the building. Double tap that screen.
What is it? Is that the King James? Book of Revelation. That's what you gotta go to. A lot of people scared of it, but we living in them days right now, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all pray for y'all family. This shit getting scary, man. God be with y'all. May God protect y'all. Make sure y'all share this video. Make sure you tag somebody in the comments too, baby. We the business.
Shout out to Nino, man. He most definitely say, hey, man, we living in the last days, man. I bet you for some it feel like it, man. It's most definitely going down in California right now, man. A lot of lives have been lost. I think they said 5. Most definitely is looking spooky out their way, man.
Yeah, I want to take you here live right now.
Here they go moving them with the bulldozers.
All of these cars were ditched. So all of the drivers panicked. They took their keys.
People just abandoned. Look at that Tesla. Finna get hit by that bulldozer.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way. So if this is your car, unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do. They are moving the cars as we speak. Unfortunately, there are dozens of cars. This looks like a movie set. Unfortunately, this is real. LA County.
Look at them, high-end car getting pushed by the dozer, man. It's gonna be a lot of insurance money flying around in California.
We're seeing Mercedes, very nice vehicles, Teslas up here. But that's because the car owner, they took their keys and they just started running. They left the cars here as the firefighters were trying to clear the pathway, clear the roadway. This is an emergency situation where, you know, they... Yeah, I want to take you...
Crazy, ain't it? Crazy, ain't it? Crazy, y'all.
They took their keys to Palisades Drive as well as Sunset Boulevard.
Man, they got a lot of high-end cars out there, man, just being pushed off by that bulldozer, man. Hey, man, like I said, there's going to be plenty of insurance money flying around in California, man. I'm telling you, homes, cars, you know what I'm saying, properties, you know, it is gone. California will never be the same. Nope, State Farm coincidentally canceled insurance 2 months before this fire. Wow, John. We're getting deployed tomorrow. We got a resource order for a Type 6, and that's where we are a Type 6 engine crew. All right, bet. Tesla cars left everywhere. Man, look, they finna get that money, man. They finna get that money. Be safe, Rez. Yeah, man, there's a lot going on, man. They push them cars right up out the way, man. I'm talking about, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. That's all I can say, man. I ain't never seen nothing like that, man. Ever. Ever. California is on fire, guys.
Especially, we saw that in the Palisades area last night. Some of the higher elevations of the Palisades area had real water pressure.
California on fire, guys. Double tap that screen, get them lights up. We need them to 100. This live footage right here. This is some of the live footage of what's going on. Let me fast forward it because I know it's still going.
With 0% containment.
Then there's the Hearst fire, which is burning in Sylmar. It has scorched more than 800 acres. It's just 10% contained, according to CAL FIRE.
We do have live team coverage. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching the winds. Susan Hirasuna, Ed Laskos, and Chelsea Edwards are covering the Palisades fire.
Laura Diaz is covering the Eaton fire.
They got people everywhere, man.
It is covering the aftermath of the Studio City.
Golly, y'all, look at that.
Where we start tonight with Gina.
This live coverage from Fox. This going on right now.
Hi guys, sorry about that. We're here with Brandon, and the house that caught on fire was actually his friend's house, right?
Just across the street.
Across the street.
Yeah.
So describe what it was like when it was fully engulfed.
It was a massive fire. I mean, the entire home.
Hey, man, this is live right now, man. Listen, they got hurricane winds during a fire. How you do that? I'm just saying, winds over 100 miles an hour. And this fire just started out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you got all these winds. How that happened?
Burned out. There's nothing left. I mean, the video they sent me was just 30 feet away. So them and their cats.
And they never left the house.
They never left. They didn't get a chance to.
Wow. and the video you showed me, they shot video of the fire. Do they have an idea of where it started, how it started?
Not that I know of. I haven't heard anything yet.
And did they explain to you how they were feeling? I mean, were they like...
Jet James say them man-made fights.
Some expletives in the video that gave me an idea.
Summer Marie, man, prayers for the people of Cali, y'all. Live footage right here. This is what's happening right now at 11:06 Central Standard Time, whatever time it is in LA.
Definitely, I think the house is a loss. I don't think they're fixing it. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on how...
Some people said it was the drones. Somebody in my chat say it was a cigarette. Man, I don't know what happened, but it's out of control, y'all.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
What's up, Daquan?
The Los Angeles Fire Department, in my opinion, is the best fire department in the United States. I mean, these guys have been working tirelessly.
What's the deal, my guy?
I've never seen anything like this, and I think they're handling it perfectly.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They've got so many fires to put out, and they have been doing an amazing job. We were just in the Hollywood Hills. They got control of that one real quick as well. And obviously...
25 more likes, guys. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. Everything news is in the building.
Where we were, it was just violent. Those winds were violent.
Yeah. The wind slowing down has definitely helped, I think.
What's up, Tina?
Good friend. Rushing to help your friend. That's wonderful.
Yes, 2008. What's up, my guy?
I'm going to send it back to you guys. This is a total knockdown. The main, the house that caught on fire here at
20 more likes.
Sunswept. That is
It's legit. We know what's up, man. It's crazy.
Also, we don't know if it's a total loss, but some serious damage to it. All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Gina, we should point out one of the key reasons that it is a total knockdown at this point is because how different the winds are where you are tonight compared to where you were last night in Altadena.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is no wind where we are right now.
Prayer, Belinda, let's go. Pray. Drop those prayer hands in the chat, man. For the lost in California, man.
There is no wind here. So thank goodness for that, because if it had been as windy as it was last night, we would be telling you, we would be reporting a completely different scenario here.
Yep, a reminder of the power of those winds, and hopefully, Marla, this means we're starting to turn the corner and moving to a different phase of this, where we are maybe out of the immediate crisis mode. That would be hopefully the good news, but our thanks to Gina for her reporting out there.
The last 36 hours have been an absolute roller coaster of emotions, mainly
15 more on that like button, man. 15 more people hit that like button. Click the three dots,
which
hit
is
the
a
thumbs
wonderful
up.
thing. The Palisades fire, now let's get to that one. That erupted about 36 hours ago. In fact, 10:30 a.m. yesterday morning. And we know almost 16,000 acres have burned. Susan Harasuna, she's out there, and she has the latest for us. And where are you right now?
This is the Carbon Beach area, Marla, and as you see behind me, there's a fire.
Look at that, man. That's wild, man. That looks scary.
Spraying what looks like a crumpled building home that is a loss, right? Except that there still are hot spots, there still are embers, they're still smoldering. And it's sort of interesting because we were here a few hours ago, and most of these units had left, and then they decided to come back. At one point, we saw a lot of really aggressive flames.
Continue to double tap that screen. Get those likes up, guys. We almost there. 8 more on that like button.
About the possibility of those.
Shout out to Belinda for becoming a member of the Sidewalk Gang. Shout out to you, Belinda. Thank you.
Across the street if the wind blows just right. In fact, that's what happened about 3 minutes, 5 minutes ago. All of a sudden, there was so little visibility because the wind was blowing in such a way that whatever.
It's been burning for 24 hours now. Okay, Tina.
All came this way. It was as if a cloud of fog had just dropped on this area, and you can see a lot more smoke coming up off of this building as they continue to douse the fire. I'm not sure where the firefighter went, but he was there. Oh, there he is over there. So there's
5 more likes, guys. 5 more likes.
Burning and embers and flashing and the like. another thing that was sort of interesting while we were here is I didn't know that World Kitchen, the Jose Andres charity arm, they came by in a truck. I don't know whether they were hoping to offer some food to residents that might be stuck here or the firefighters. I didn't have a chance to talk with them. I will say, Alex, as you know, I'm a foodie or whatever you want to call it. I know a lot of chefs and restaurant owners. And I got word from two of them who said that they are in a place where they want to offer people if they need food because they've been evacuated.
Shout out to everybody double tapping that screen.
John
Appreciate you.
On Westwood Boulevard, he says that people should come to his restaurant. It's a Thai restaurant, and now of course I'm blanking on it, but very good Thai restaurant. And he wants to feed first responders. He wants to feed us. He wants to feed people that have been evacuated. Also,
man, spooky prayers for California. Shout out to that gift, man. I missed it, but I turned around and seen it before it got away.
That would be a little bit of comfort when you see what you're dealing with here. And I said this before, but I do want to point out that this is kind of the kind of fires that we're
and weed in the air now. Yeah, Mr. Hudson. You know what I'm saying? Cali is smoked out.
Some of it could be still standing. What was remarkable about that stretch and many stretches of PCH south from where we are, closer to the Palisades and Santa Monica, is wide swaths of PCH that had building after building, home after home, very close together.
Breaking news live right now, man, in Cali. This is what it's looking like right now. This is live coverage.
A little bit of debris down below, just below the street level. Unbelievable. So that is very suggestive of the kind of fire and the fire conditions that you suffered overnight, where it's just so hot and no one can get close to the fire to even put any kind of water on it. And instead, fire burned so hot that everything came down and burned. So a very sad situation. Of course, people are just devastated. And, it used to be that you would cover a fire and you really didn't know people that lost the houses. You would talk to the people.
Well, you know these people, they superstars.
And it's unbelievable how many people I know who've lost property. This is a friend of mine, my best friend out of Houston, and so that is an area.
Governor Gavin Newsom failed to file a water grant. Absolutely, man. Trump blaming him too. I got that wrong in my head, now I'm going to have to go change it. But he blamed the governor for all of this that's taking place. Trump did.
I have a colleague whose in-laws lost a home. You heard Nathan Hochman say his sister lost a home. It is just remarkable how personal all of this is for those of us in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you.
I mean, Susan, you think about it, because usually in a fire, maybe there's 2 or 3 homes that are lost, not over 1,000. So the chances of knowing somebody is much higher. And we have people in multiple different communities as well. And if we're doing food shout-outs, I want to give a shout out to Chef Andrew Gruel, our friend out of Huntington Beach, who has been feeding people and accepting donations at the Calico Fish House, where he owns. A lot of people have been getting together there to help folks. So big shout out to Andrew Gruel, and also my friend Emily Capretta in Ventura County, fuelstationpsp.com. She's got a gym there. They're feeding first responders, collecting donations and food for first responders.
Marie said this ain't a political stuff.
Well, while we're at it, Toscana, if you're familiar with that on the west side, yes, in Brentwood, I got a note from them today that their restaurants have collectively
breaking
come
news,
together
man.
and
Breaking
provided
news.
a whole
Cali
bunch
is
of
burning
meals that they
down
delivered
as
to
we speak.
firefighters on the front line. So the help is there. The community is stepping up for each other in times of need. It is nice to see.
By the way, Toscana, chicken parmesan off the menu. The way to go.
You heard it from Alex right here.
Shout out to Yaya.
A moment of levity on a tough and stressful day.
Yaya say dump Trump and MAGA. Let's go.
I've spoken to on the phone a few times. She's a high schooler who lives in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. We've been trying to get information about her home. Earlier when she joined us on the phone, she said she wasn't too optimistic.
Why the hood don't get this kind of
coverage? Charlotte, do you have any
It ain't widespread.
information?
It ain't too many million and billionaires in the hood, my God. That's why.
through
Yeah,
like
that smoke be
secondhand,
traveling way
gone through a couple
Washington,
people before getting to
polluting the
us.
air. I hear you, so Troy
Around
Liffy.
9
What's up,
p.m.
my
we
guy?
heard that our street, our little neighborhood has still been untouched. That hasn't been confirmed, but I'm now more hopeful, seeing as we had a close friend a couple hours ago talk to a firefighter in our area who says that if the winds stay the same, they can kind of go on the offense and start
trying to look where it's make sure I say the one to Trump. Here we go.
More strongly. So I'm really
Here we go.
than I was earlier when I spoke to you guys.
Donald Trump blames California Governor Newsom for the LA wildfires, y'all. Trump blames Newsom for what's going on over here.
A lot of the
he says his fault.
Your students.
That's what Trump said.
Those you go to school with, your friends, they've lost their homes, and also your grandmother lost her home as well.
Yes, my grandmother has lost her home. My aunt and uncle and my cousins, almost all of our closest family friends, and basically anyone we know. It's as if the entire town vanished.
Say they not worried because they got them insurance claims. I hear you. Probably some multi-million-dollar insurance plans.
Time that it was, you know.
They gonna go rebuild it.
Very involved in our community. We love, you know.
Lenise say her fault. What they talking about, they saying I got it wrong. Let me say this. I got it wrong. I'm gonna have to go back and change it. It wasn't the mayor, it was the governor of California that Trump is blaming for all of this going on.
Beautiful, friendly community for the last 14 years we've lived here.
This guy right here, Lenise. This dude right here, see, Donald Trump blames California Governor Newsom for LA wildfires. So he blaming this
we
guy.
Know the athletic fields at Pali Charter High were destroyed, but the good news is you go to that school, 70% of it was saved. Unfortunately, Palisades Elementary, Marquez Elementary, and Palisades, they were destroyed. What is your final message tonight for folks in the Palisades and other areas that are dealing, with a situation like yours?
What's up, Chiva? Chiva say, get the lights up.
I'm saying keep your loved ones close. Be grateful that you have your family around you, and, so far we haven't seen any lives lost, and I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, no lives lost in Palisades, unfortunately. In Altadena, we do have 5 people so far.
Man, it looks like something out of a movie, man.
Charlotte, thank you so much. Our best to your family.
Thank you.
And by the way, while we're sticking on this theme of restaurants that are helping out, one of our viewers was watching and just sent me a message saying vegan places providing food to first responders and those affected by the fire include Sugar Taco on Melrose and Gokoku Ramen Sushi in NoHo. So thanks for watching, and thanks to those restaurants for doing the right thing and help.
But yeah, man, it's a lot going on in Cali, man. Man, we got some Durk news. We got some Diddy news. We got Corey Pratchett, the YouTuber from Corman and Corey, on the list today, man. You know what I'm saying? He done got alleged kidnapped some people, 2 women. I mean, man, it's crazy, man. It's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. Some more Jay-Z news, man. It is a lot going on, man. And more on Diddy meltdown that he had while he was locked up, man. Yeah, California is an inferno right now, man. You know what I'm saying? It is most definitely hot over there right now. Check this out. You know what I'm saying? This is on the traffic situation with them cars.
Hope you see me, Ashley, and that you can hear me, because this is traffic mayhem in Hollywood. People in Hollywood Hills trying to get out of the hills, and the jam is significant. We're trying to tell this officer that we are media and we need to get through. So we're not having any questions. Let's stop just because we're having the fire department setting up right there. Well, the fire department set up and do my live shots from. We're trying to. All right.
The laws ain't even trying to let them through. Then on top of that, let me tell y'all, it's a lot of people that's lurking around. They going into these multi-million-dollar houses that's been evacuated and stealing everything out of them, man. You know what I'm saying? Crime is most definitely at an all-time high when it comes to burglaries and robbery and that type of thing right there. Breaking and entering, man, they are going into these celebrity cribs that's been abandoned, evacuated, and stealing everything up out of there, man. I can't make this up, man. A report that I made a while ago, man. They most definitely looting and everything else in California right now.
Back on the ground, okay?
Okay. Sorry, we had to talk with the officer there. The fire department is establishing up here on Franklin. So obviously we're going to give them room because right now in LA, Ashley, this area is priority one because if this canyon, the fire is not put out, it will come down to this area. This is a very densely
They already declared a state of emergency in Cali, y'all.
Los Angeles. It is right near the Hollywood Boulevard. We just passed the Magic Castle, as well as the Hollywood Bowl. These are iconic areas that, you know, many Americans are familiar with. So Franklin runs parallel to Hollywood Boulevard, just
Boy, that
north
traffic
of it.
thick,
And we are
man.
now
Look at all them
closing
cars.
in on Runyon Canyon.
You
But
know, it'd be
actually,
bad
I've seen
anyway.
people
It's
on the
most definitely
sidewalks with
blocked
their
up right now.
suitcases, people with their pets walking, some running. So hopefully there's not any panic over here and that people don't abandon their cars, Ashley.
Yeah, and I
They
just
said
wanted to
rich or
ask you
poor,
because in our
losing
line
your
of sight, I
home
can see the
sucks.
gridlock.
Prayers to
I know
all,
that you're in
prayers
an
for
area where the
everybody,
media
man.
can be to do this reporting, but generally, the traffic is what's holding up a lot of people in their evacuation, and I'm looking at apartment buildings. So when you said the fear is that that fire is going to come down the hills into this densely populated area, how many apartment buildings
I don't know,
are we
Lenisa.
talking
I don't
about?
think
Like,
so,
how
but they
dense
might.
is that area with population?
Imagine if it reaches Skid Row. All the elderlies and disabled, man. I'm telling you, it could be bad, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you new. Road to 20K. We at 19.3. If you got a YouTube channel, make sure you share the live if you got a community wall, man. The whole world needs to know it's a whole YouTube community that don't know what's going on outside, man. Let them know they might be in the crib watching YouTube. Whole house be on fire.
People, you know, live in this area. It's known for. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of the vehicle so I can come. Hold on. I am.
No, it's okay. Not to worry. I know that you're sort of reporting raw, but we're just following you on your journey, Nancy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hey, hold on a moment. I'm tangled in my seatbelt.
Okay.
So
Untangled, and in the interim, I'm just going to get people up to speed who are joining us. It's the bottom of the hour. If you're just signing on to News Nation right now, there has been another significant development in the Los Angeles wildfires, and that is that Hollywood is now on fire. The
Hollywood is burning up, guys.
And that fire is creeping towards the Hollywood sign, and all of the people in that canyon area, the Laurel Canyon area, are on mandatory evacuation orders. You're watching helicopters. It looks as though they're dropping retardant or water. Hard to tell whether that was smoke or water, but part of the problem is that the winds are still not abating. They're not as bad as they were last night. It was 100 miles an hour last night. The gusts were upwards of 100 miles an hour.
100 miles an hour in a fire.
With a hurricane force fire. But those drops of water and retardant aren't necessarily hitting their mark because they're getting blown into the wind, which is just devastating when you think about the threat. Okay, Nancy, are you untangled yet? Can you get back to reporting on what you're seeing?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, but we really want to show you this. This is La Brea, and look at this back up, Ashley. This
look
is
at that, man. It's like
Hollywood
a movie,
Hills,
man.
And people,
it is blocked.
See, look,
it
there's
is
a man
blocked
across
for
the street. He
blocks.
is running with a backpack. I've seen a family with
What's
their
up,
suitcases and their dog trying to get out. But this is gridlock, and hopefully, I mentioned, you know, we
look
had
at the stops. They're going down. Dang, loud,
people
man. That's crazy.
Abandoned their cars,
Loud
and then
Mitsubishi.
those
That's
cars
crazy.
had to be plowed away. So look at this. I mean, people are trying to turn in and through this traffic. But for now,
Low Keys, what's up?
We do have the officer out here who thankfully, you know, pointed us over into a media area where we could park and show you this gridlock out of the Hollywood Hills where...
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find...
So you seen that traffic was all the way backed up, man. I mean, it is crazy out there, man. You know what I'm saying? It didn't stop there. Check this one out, man. All of this is the California fires, man. Hey, man, they say Hollywood is up in flames right now. It's millions of dollars being burnt as we speak.
And you see new fires being created from these embers.
Look at that, man. Look at that.
All these houses are gone here. There's a fire crew here. I was talking to the captain earlier. They ran out of water here on this street about 30 minutes ago. They went, they hooked up the hydrants.
So much fire, man. The fire department ran out of water. What's going on, man? Ain't it an ocean or something over there? They can go scoop some up. They saying that they ran out of water, man. How crazy is that? How do you run out of water, man? I'm just saying.
The water ran out. So now they're just moving on to another area. What they did when they don't have water is they try to create defensive perimeters around houses that they think they can save. And those houses are houses that don't have a lot of bushes, hedges, plantings in front of them or around them. Or if it does, they try to rip. They've spent like the last hour just trying to clear debris from houses to try to maybe save it. But it's a matter of luck or misfortune where these embers land, where these the flames hop. This area over here, I want to show you. I mean, this house is completely gone. We've watched this entire house burn down. The house next door, the car that you see over here, we watched that. The flames jumped from the house onto the car.
California is parched.
As the gas canister blew.
Area as far as water goes. All right. K-Cell say, shout out to Erica for that gift. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Captain was telling me they watch for the attics. Once you see smoke billowing out of the attic, and the attic is on fire, that house may be a lost cause.
Man, this is wild, y'all. California.
But it's like this. I mean, it's not just on this block. We just drove to Altadena, and just happened upon this block, got out, and I imagine it is like that. And you hear these explosions. There was an explosion that I caught. I put it on Instagram about 20 minutes ago from a house right down there. Just heard an explosion, and that is, gas canisters, propane tanks go off. So you hear these steady booms off in the distance, or sometimes uncomfortably close. But look, see, that's
this is wild, man.
Crew I was talking to before. They've now moved down. They're scoping out. Let's walk over. They're looking at these houses. I'm assuming. If they're going to stop here, maybe they would have decided these are defensible houses.
Mr. Hudson says God's work.
There was a woman who lives in that house, that second house down there, about 5 minutes ago. We saw her on her lawn, and she looked very confused. And I mean, I'm no expert, but I said to her, I think you should leave. And she did. She had actually come back to just get some stuff. But when this house exploded, and it was quite loud, I think that freaked her out and made her realize maybe she should get out. Anyway, she got in her vehicle, she got her cat, she's gone.
California is burning up. What's up, Erica?
It's an extraordinary thing.
Thank you for that gift. I see you down there. Man, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man.
Hollywood or West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, there's coffee shops open, and you can see smoke in the air. You get in your car, you come here. These areas are blocked off, but
okay, it's not California. It's Los Angeles. My bad. It's all Cali to me, Doc.
And for the people
Hollywood is most definitely burning up right now.
Are forever changed. Look, this fire is now spreading down this block. We've been watching this. Here's what happened.
California, Los Angeles. Man, I'm from Texas. It's all the same to me. It's the same thing. It's all in Cali. So therefore, Cali is on fire, man. If you got a problem with the little details of me saying California, oh well. It's LA and Hollywood and all that good stuff, but it's all located in California. Let's stop the cap.
And on this block, this house was on flames. Let's walk over here. There's that down cable line, so we just want to be careful about that. Let's go around it.
California is most definitely burning
the
up.
House next door caught. This tree exploded into flames. You can see up in the palm trees now. Those embers made those trees go on fire. I don't know if you can see through the smoke. Behind the palm trees, there are now these very tall vertical trees. I don't know much about shrubbery.
Set the trees on fire.
Huge, tall trees. They are now just like
Mo, you know what I'm
shooting
saying?
Up into the air. This second house now, I mean, that is just gone. That car, I believe that's the
Auditions Travel. We don't give a damn. Let's get whatever that is, that travel channel up. Let's get it up out of here. Talking about I'll block your channel now. Well, block it. I don't care. I didn't ask you to be here no way. You know what I'm saying? Let's get you right up out of here. Go ahead and jump on one of them rockets that's gonna take you where you going. When you make a trip around Pluto, send us a postcard. We didn't ask you to drop in here anyway. If you can't take me saying California is on fire, which it is, because LA and Hollywood is located in California. So California is most definitely on fire. If you don't like it, move around, because I didn't ask you to be here no way, man. Double tap that screen. Most definitely subscribe to the channel. You know, the travel channel. Just travel the hell up out of here, man. Let's go.
Explosion we heard a short time ago that I recorded, but now look, it's spread down. This is new. Yeah, we've been watching. It then spreads from these trees. Look at all these embers. Just, I don't know if you can pan up, but look at all these embers just flying up. You see them in the smoke. All of that. The winds are a little, or have died down here, but those can just get picked up by winds for miles.
What's up,
They can go for miles and light down, fall on somebody's roof, and a whole new fire will pop up. So this house is gone. This house is now underway. The left side of this house is ignited, and also now the house nearby it. But literally, I mean, these embers are like snowflakes. They're falling all around us. The sun, I mean, this is what's so crazy. If you can't even see the sun. It is completely blacked out. I mean, you can't even see this house, but inside that smoke is another house. It is sandwiched between two houses, completely ablaze.
Golly, y'all, this is crazy. What's up, Ottawa?
And then just down the block.
What's up, Miss Lady Cool Breeze? What's the deal?
But you don't see fires. But there's a lot of houses which have already been destroyed.
Diddy ain't in now one of them houses. Diddy in jail.
Caught. I mean, this is now completely engulfed. Okay. Yeah. And now you see it. Now this house, which was relatively untouched, now this house is.
Y'all know what, man? It always got to be the daredevil news reporters to go right into where all the stuff going down there. They act like the police.
Obviously, that's a
he get burnt up out there. They gonna be like, he's a hero. He was doing his job. Yeah, now he done turned into bacon. He done turned into barbecue. I wouldn't dare. I'd be in the studio in front of a green screen. I ain't going out there. It's on fire.
I'm not sure what the issue
What's going on?
Down here is if it's the same issue. They do obviously have water tanks that they try to bring to a number of locations, but
yeah, he's most definitely doing his job.
For the crew that was right here, trying to do what they can, and it's really tough for these firefighters. I mean, they want to save everything. They want to stop this thing, but there's only so much you can do. Authorities have put out.
It might be a car in one of them garages with some gas in it. You out there reporting about, yeah, man, the whole house engulfed. It just engulfed the garage, and then the next thing you know, boom, and your body parts everywhere. You know what I'm just saying? They'll be saying, oh, he was a great guy. He was out there doing his job. You know, and sometimes, man, how about you not be out there, dog?
Just watching I mean, it is a sickening thing to watch the strategy of the fire, if you will. Not that it has thought, but how it jumps from one house to another. It jumps into the trees, and then the embers move. You literally see it happening in real time. And
the seven
signs,
let's go,
who are watching this, it's just devastating. Now,
Rena, but it's the truth. Rena say, man, that's effed up. Yeah, man, but it's the truth,
over here a little bit. This car from this house, I can see the trunk caught on fire. So it's...
Y'all heard what he said? This car at this house, I can see the trunk kept caught on fire. Well, the gas tank ain't too far from there. If I'm not mistaken, ain't the gas tank up under the bottom of the car, you know, towards the back, you know, by where the trunk and stuff at, but at the bottom, you know, so if it's hot at the top, it's probably hot at the bottom. You might want to get up out the way, you know what I'm saying, before we be reporting on you tomorrow.
That car, so look, you can see the back tires are aflame, so it's very possible there'll be some sort of ignition from
It's
that.
gonna blow up.
We'll move a little bit more over here. These cars have already exploded, but it's so strange. I mean, there's cars.
Say them cars over there already exploded. Man, you better get from over there, man.
But yeah, it's the size of this is obviously something that look, people in Los Angeles in this area, they're used to fires. They've seen this before. This is something that they have not seen. It may be, I don't know, we'll have to look at the historical records, but it is certainly up there with some of the worst fires. And the fact that there are, there's this fire, there's obviously the Palisades, which is the larger fire. I mean, this was called the smaller fire. And
this
in terms
is crazy,
of
y'all.
damage so far, it probably is. There's, I believe, 1,000 structures they've said in the Palisades. I don't know.
I'm still waiting to have
hear
from
any count that
a
authorities
good
give you.
friend that lives
As you
out
see him,
there.
he's changing
Been
by
trying to
the
contact
minute,
her for 2 days now. Let's go,
at the whim of
K-Sam.
these flames and the whim of these
electric cars
these embers
are dangerous.
Anderson,
this is fire combined
this is Boris
too.
Sanchez.
Okay, I bet.
I'm just kind of concerned for your safety. I mean,
Let
these
man
are very
see.
serious images.
And y'all thought I was playing. Y'all hear what his colleague just said? Man, we really concerned for your safety. Yeah, man, this car over here, it already blew up. If you look over there, that car right there, its back tires and whole trunk is on fire. Yeah, man, old dude on the other end, like, hold up, bro, don't you think, you might want to get it, you might want to leave, man, It's finna be a huge explosion in a minute. We worry about what is wrong with you, my guy? Why are you just standing out there? Are you trying to be the next thing on the menu? You know what I'm saying? Fried Bob, That's what it's saying. It's gonna be some fried Bob being served if you don't get up out of there,
embers.
Anderson,
Wow.
this is Boris Sanchez. I'm just kind of concerned for your safety. I mean, these are very serious images behind you, and you are very close to flames. You spoke about sort of the process of getting to where
it's gonna be. You spoke about
the process of getting to where you are and how eerie it was. That it seemed like life was just going by like another day, not far from where you are. And we'd spoken to residents not far from where you are now, who discussed difficulty that they had in getting out. I do wonder, is there a safe passage of egress from where you are? Would you be able to get out safely? Would residents, like that woman that you spoke to, be able to get out without issue?
Yes, there are streets. I mean, the fire is spreading in a certain direction, so there are streets. We have a lot of people who are watching.
Finna be getting some fried Andrew.
They're experiencing this. I do not include myself in that, but we have much smarter people around me. But there are ways to get in and out. Yes, there are, in answer to your question. So, this is
Fried Cooper, let's go.
Fire
Fried Cooper, y'all out the chain.
And this actually, it's strange to say, this corner is now better than it was in terms of safety for anybody on it than it was 30 minutes ago. That location, even that location where we were 5 minutes ago, that's
Cooper, let's
much
go.
less safe location now, just in the last few seconds, because now the winds have picked up, and that whole area is just completely blackened, and you can hear that crackling.
All right, then. Yeah, let's get out of here.
There go that video I just showed
the
y'all.
moment enormous
There goes some
flames
more.
engulf a home in Pacific Palisades.
We tried, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Now get out of here.
The air is completely filled with embers as they race to safety. It's a similar scene all over LA County as intense winds can be seen and heard blowing hot embers through the sky.
He's trying to become a Cooper burger. Let's go.
Right now, 4 life-threatening fires.
Here you
the
go.
Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Woodley fires are forcing tens of thousands of people from their homes.
I called the fire department about an hour ago. They're very busy. I just called the guy to see if they're
Flame ball. Let's go, Cooper. Damn, bro. We tired, bro. Let's go, bro. Man, listen, man. It is cold.
Destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures.
We finna get on the week. Hey, man, we got plenty of time, though.
In California's history.
We trying to see
it is also the most
if they
destructive
gonna
to ever
turn
occur in
Cooper
LA
into
County,
into a well-done state.
Armageddon. I'm driving through a war zone right now, and I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm shocked.
The Eaton fire also exploded in size and is believed to be responsible for at least 2 deaths. Officials say they're seeing a significant number of injuries being reported due to people who did not evacuate.
Heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time.
Emergency officials say their biggest concern right now, the powerful winds.
Fires being fueled by a combination of strong Santa Ana winds and surrounding topography, which makes it extremely challenging for us firefighters to really get a handle on it.
They admit fire crews are struggling to keep up with the demand.
Together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits.
Aerial firefighters dropping water, nearly disappearing through the
weapon fire started at the same exact time. That's crazy.
On in the hills of Los Angeles.
Cooper thought he had
Emily Proctor, you might know from the West Wing.
He may find out. I'm telling you.
Took those videos before fleeing her home in the Palisades. She joins us now. Emily, my deepest condolences. My cousin David and his family lives in the Palisades. They also have fled.
The Palisades has been hit one of the hardest spots hit. It's got the biggest fire going on right now.
Thank you for asking. And I just want to say on behalf of your family and all of us, selfishly, I wanted to be here to say we loved our neighborhood, and we still do. And it was an incredible community. We have evacuated. I believe our home is also gone. It was news I got from a stranger, which is a very surreal.
She got the news her house was gone from a stranger. Paris Hilton got the news her house was gone from watching the news.
Experience. But gosh, it was incredible on our way out to see the people going in to help. And when I think about our neighborhood, I think about Fire Station 69 and all of the firefighters that we knew that held bake sales and toy drives. And as my daughter would walk to her bus stop, we would see them with their Ralph's cart going to buy the dinner groceries. And, you know, they're as much a part of our neighborhood as anyone. And I know what they're having to do now must be extraordinarily difficult.
Are you able to console yourself in any way that because you and your family are safe, even as this horrible destruction happens to your property and your neighborhood? Is that at all a consolation? I hate to even ask that question, but it just, I mean, it does seem incredible that
very interesting question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that you're safe, I guess is my point. I'm just trying to think, I'm trying to put my head into my cousin's head, my cousin David, and I'm trying to think, I can't even imagine what he's going through, but thank God he and his family are safe.
It's a feeling that I did not expect to be hand in hand with this experience. You know, I expected it to
Hollywood up in flames, y'all.
Safe, and
LA up in flames, y'all. Four major fires in California, guys.
But
it's looking like the end of the world over there, man.
What you realize is that, all of those houses are not structures. They're actually microcosms of people's lives, and we all interact. You know, I have an across the street neighbor who's pregnant and one whose son is applying for college, and we have a new neighbor moving in, and we were making plans to drop things off, and I bicker back and forth with my postman about football teams, and it has been my life.
Prophet Truth. And we welcome them with open arms, with holy water.
It is my home.
She acting
now. It is my neighborhood.
Up to 10,000 being evacuated every 2 hours. Dang, man. I'm telling y'all, it really looked like a volcano.
The safety, although I'm
that's what I picture like a scene when a volcano erupts looking like. Look at that.
The firefighter injured, but manageably injured. And the things on those levels have been survivable. But what we mourn is our lives.
Yeah. The place where all those memories were
did not
made.
Happen.
The place where all those memories were made in the friendship and the community.
Yes. And all the little kids that I watched walk to school and become big kids, and I watch them walk to school that are my neighbors.
She act like she ain't rich. All you gonna do is take that insurance money and build you another house. California is finna be under major construction, guys. Watch, they gonna build everything back. Yeah, as long as you know. So I don't know what all that's for.
Now I know they don't have schools. And I just keep thinking,
They got
like,
plenty
what
money
is the
over there.
path forward? What is the best way? How can it
What's
work?
up, Perfect Peace?
How can we make it work? And I think that's going to be the next question we all have to answer, is because we work.
There's probably a second home. Okay, Sandra.
Close community is, how do we make it work? And I've heard from several people that I use their businesses, and they're just business owners, and they've checked in, and I think, like, how do we make it work for them to get back in? Like, what does this look like moving forward? And we have the same issue with Altadena, and we've got all of these pockets where what I think is something that we should be investing in anyway. In
This kind of reminds you of the movie Volcano. I'm telling you, man, it looked like a volcano erupted.
And people will really step forward. And
now, it wasn't an earthquake, it's a fire. Some people say the lasers from the drones. Some people say a dude's cigarette or somebody's cigarette started all of this.
And you know, watching
that movie was filmed in LA.
At a time like this, really, it's not just moving, but also your explanation of the loss of community is profound. And
USA Pompeii, let's go
with us, because I think it.
Somebody said could have been them drones.
It's just awful.
Allegedly.
I'm so sorry you're going through it, but I am
just saying
that you and your family
bro is not rushing yours. Bro is far from fried. I don't fry,
think if anyone's wondering, like, what can they?
But if you go to California right now, you might fry.
The greatest gift, just to tell people that you love them and that we're in it.
Yeah, and if you watching at home have the means at all, I've posted a link to verified victims.
Ario say the smoke out here is crazy. I believe it, man. It looked like it's a bunch of smoke go on.
Hit by these fires. Emily, thank you so much.
Lanice say not the drones.
Someone should start GoFriend.me. Someone should start GoFriend.me, which is positive messaging board, so that people can go in there and see you.
Please misspell your cuss words in the chat, man.
Was in this area earlier, about an hour or so ago, and I spoke to him just up the block. Here's our conversation. What's the latest?
Well, 5 dead, likely more. Just complete and utter devastation. I've been in a lot of these fires, a lot. Going back to Paradise, and this approximates Paradise. It's not a numeric, it's just a feeling, sense of loss, place, belonging.
Still no containment.
No, we're at zero containment. The winds have been a little bit more favorable, as you've seen in the last few hours. So we've got the helicopters back up. We've got some fixed-wing aircraft out on the coasts. It's a little different. It's pretty intense. We have 23 aerial
They
assets.
say Santana winds 80 miles per hour. Lord, this thing.
Operational because of those winds. So,
man, only thing I be hearing about winds like that is during tornadoes and things. What is up with the wind pushing the fire? Because that's what it needs, oxygen to breathe and thrive and go and do what it's doing. So it's getting plenty of air through there, man. Where is this wind coming from? Is the wind always like that? I see somebody say 110. Where is all this wind coming from? Is the wind always like that in California? Y'all just normally have 100 miles an hour winds coming through there. How ironic is it that the fire gets started and these winds are moving at 180 miles an hour? And what's going on, man? Mo said the winds in Cali ain't like that all the time. So where's all this wind coming from? It's almost like, somebody or something, or some being is pushing this wind to spread the fire. My thing is, where is all of this wind coming from, man? Y'all let me know. Go into the ocean. That's the reason why it's going bad. The wind, I know, because it needs air. It needs the oxygen to burn or whatever. So where is all this wind coming from? All of a sudden, the whole Cali catch on fire, and then they having 100 miles an hour winds. I don't understand it. Somebody help me out, man. Somebody help me out.
it's a combination of challenges. That said,
Miss Lady Cool Breeze say it's all set up.
California, we'd already pre-positioned on Sunday. Hundreds of personnel, special units.
They say, okay, so they say every winter, they get a lot of wins. Mo, is that correct? I know my moderator, Mo, is in Cali. She'll be able to tell me if she said this is not normal. a while ago when I asked her, do they always have wind like this? She is most definitely in Cali. From what I take from what she said a while ago, this ain't normal, guys.
Helicopters, and it wasn't
Karen
enough.
says yes.
And now we're getting the mutual aid system. The
They
EMAC
said
system.
Santa Anta winds.
Governors
Okay,
all
I
across the
bet.
country are calling. Oregon sending a few dozen engines, and in Arizona, Utah. We're just grateful for all the support.
A lot of these
Wind
firefighters
hasn't been like this in 80 years.
27 hours.
They say they ain't had this kind of wind in 80 years. But all of a sudden it's on fire.
We got a
They
few
getting it now.
thousand people working on this, and luckily we were fully staffed.
How is standing up? How is he standing up in 80-mile-per-hour winds? Baby J. Perro, I don't know.
This time of year.
I mean, so this is anomalous. Even
Detroit says never saw this
Paradise
before.
happened in November. I mean, so there's no fire.
50 to 80 miles an hour.
It's
Prophet of
year-round,
truth.
but to have this level, the acuity. of
Tim
fires is
Adams
really
says like
These
that
winds
every
are
year
without
around this
precedent.
time.
The challenge is these winds are going to continue on and off, a little bit less intense. Last night, you got 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds. These guys were just up there to try to mitigate the embers going 2 miles and getting just to go a quarter of a mile to try to save some.
What is the situation with the water? Obviously, in the Palisades, ran out last night in the hydrants. I was talking to the firefighter in this block. They left because there was no water in the hydrant here.
The local folks are trying to figure that out. I mean, just when you have a system.
All right, my guy Raymond says I'm 7 hours north, and our tarmac hasn't a takeoff or a touchdown today. We don't have restricted airspace in Monterey Bay. I don't know. They keep mentioning helicopters. Don't they make them to use during fires? I'm in the wind right now. Arizona reaches 110 to 120 degrees. Is he a major? Santa Ana winds are coming, but 110 miles per hour is not coming. So we got a kind of divided chat. To my people in California, man, let me know. Y'all always having 100. They saying they don't always have no 100 miles an hour. So back to what I said a while ago. It's ironic that we got these fires and then we got these winds. You know what I'm saying? That's not normal.
It's not dissimilar to what we've seen in other extraordinarily large
Queen Mo said, no, that's not normal. Let's talk about it.
Complete overwhelm of the system. I mean, those hydrants are typical for 2 or 3 fires, maybe 1 fire. You have something at this scale, but again, that's got to be determined by the local
authorities. Are saying part of it is the gravity, that it's these giant tanks on top of the mountains, which...
Yeah, well, they're going down. We were just with the team. They're getting the tenders down to Pasadena, filling things back up, coming back up. So it's just
are aerial assets now able to fly?
Yeah, they've been the last few hours.
Mo said something up. All right, I got you, Mo.
It's been up a little bit earlier, but out on the coast, it's been a little more stubborn because those winds, those winds are swirling. The challenge is, you can see that they fly. It's not a question of turbulence.
Mark said the people in power are responsible. They want smart cities. All right. Well, it's going to be some rebuilding after this fire. They're going to put every cent they got into it. How you run out of water when you close to the water? That's what I said earlier. Shout out to Unapologetic. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for that gift. I said that earlier. How do you run out of water when you next to the ocean? You got all the water. But they running out, letting places just burn down, talking about they out of water, man. I'm just saying, shout out to Unapologetic for them gifts, man. Most definitely appreciate you.
Or anything else. It's just the mitigations flying all over the place, so it doesn't have any benefit necessarily. So we've got National Guard working rattlesnake teams out there on the line. We're also trying to bring them in to supplement.
It started like 2 days ago. Tracer, or a day ago, one in between there. Yesterday or the day before this all started.
You can appreciate in a community like this to get that direct individual assistance with the major disaster declaration.
It started on January 7th.
The president was a game changer for this.
Shout out to the chat, man, for keeping me on point.
Not that we're thinking about the next phase, but we have to be thinking concurrently about the next phase is how we rebuild this community. But right now we're in this mitigation phase.
Yeah, it's burning that much already,
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose
it's moving fast. They say.
For this.
Yes, I said the same thing. Something not right. Unapologetic say she agree. It's something going on, man. In Cali. Continue to double tap that screen. Get the likes up, man. Click those 3 dots. Hit the thumbs up.
Families completely torn asunder.
Yeah, they gonna rebuild. They got too much money over there. You think? If you think for a second they gonna just let Hollywood stay all burnt up, or places in Cali all burnt up where people got millions and billions of dollars, you out your mind. They gonna most definitely rebuild. The ones that can afford it, like the celebrities' houses that's burning up, they gonna rebuild for sure off their insurance money. Cali is gonna be issuing out a lot of insurance money from cars to houses. Believe what I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden, and he had the backs of every
Joe
single
already
person.
been out
He
there.
didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
Finally, your message to the folks here, to this community.
I mean, we have their backs, and we're going to be back, and this is going to be a long recovery process. But look, we have residents moving back into Paradise, California. I've seen remarkable recovery efforts. I've seen remarkable sense of community, purpose, resilience. So, I'm not just playing the politician role of optimism. I really am long-term optimistic. But the devastation to hear people wailing and crying.
Brian says the insurance company is dropping people's insurance.
Bewildered about
Dang.
what they're experiencing, and again, not just experience.
They say they feel like this is purposely done, guys.
Right now, I want to bring in Cal Fire Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua. Brent, thanks very much for joining us.
Fire, this is the fire chief.
How much progress are you making in containing these truly fast-moving and very dangerous fires?
What's up, cut up girl?
Right now, as far as containment, we're not making very much progress. We're still making sure that we get everyone's lives, all the people out of the way, and protect whatever we can of their property, their structures, things of that sort. When the wind dies down, that's when we'll be able to anchor in, dig in our heels, and get some containment. But right now, it's just too tricky with these gusts that we want to make sure everyone gets out alive.
What's your biggest challenge right now, Brent? And are you receiving all the support you need?
We have more crews coming in as we speak. Our biggest challenge, again, is these winds. Just like they were saying, it does seem to die down, and then all of a sudden you get hit with these 60, 70 mile an hour gusts, and it changes everything again. So we're using all our crews on all sides of this fire. It's so unpredictable. It moves so fast. It's so frustrating because they'll put out a spot, they think they got it, and all of a sudden you come back, that spot's roaring again. It's throwing embers. It's casting embers.
It is smoking fire everywhere.
You can imagine with this wind.
In California right now,
Many fire hydrants, we're told, in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles have actually gone dry. What is the situation like right now? Do you have adequate supplies of water to fight this fire?
Yeah, I've been up in that area since about 3 this morning. I've seen no.
Shout out to Karen for that super chat.
There's been.
Thank you, Karen. You know what I'm saying? We need 4 more. They ain't be any price. Four more super chats will put us in the game. We'll reach the goal. That's one. Shout out to you, Karen.
How long your current water supply in the area will last?
I'm sorry, Wolf. I just don't know where the source is coming from.
It's Newsom fault. There's no water.
Local officials are saying at least 5 people have now died because of the fires. From what you are seeing, Brent, how much more could that number?
At least 5 people unalive. We need 25 more people on those 3 dots. Hit the thumbs up. We almost at 200 on that like. Get the likes up.
Grab your thing,
shout out to Mark, man, for that $3. Appreciate you, big dog. You know what I'm saying? We need 3 more. We in the game. Shout out to everybody supporting the channel.
When you try and leave too late. So if you're close to the evacuation zone, I really recommend you leave.
Where should people in this danger zone, and it's a huge danger zone in the LA area, where should they evacuate to?
Yeah, evacuate to anywhere where there's hotel rooms available. Anywhere just out of this area, not in front, not in the path. That would mean go east, go north. I know there's other fires burning around this area.
Oh, man. Shout out to that guy, Jatavius, man. Oh, my goodness, man. Shout out to you, big dog, for that 50-piece. You know, we in here. Appreciate you, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him, man. Drop that 50-piece on you boys. Yeah, get your weight up. Shout out to my guy, Jatavius. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, dog. Thank you. Shout out to Mark as well, you know, for that 50-piece, man. Like I said, it's burning up over there in Cali, man. Okay, so We know it's a lot going on with the wildfires, man. I mean, with the wildfires. You know what I'm saying? But we also got other news in the mix of that. I most definitely get back to that. We need one more super sticker, man, or super chat. We'll reach the goal, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody that donated something to the channel. It's most definitely appreciated. You know what I'm saying? W for Jatavis, absolutely. Y'all don't mess with him. Let him rock out. Okay, so there's more though, man. There's other news going on, man. How many of y'all are familiar with Corman and Corey, man? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start here with him. Corman and Corey, the YouTube couple. She basically done left this guy, you know, hold up. She basically done left him for Big Boogie, right? You know what I'm saying? Left him. He done got a new girlfriend since then. You know, big time YouTube on YouTube. Corey Pratchett, I think is his name. Never thought I'd see guy in a situation like this. He usually buying cars, raffling cars. They was trying to call him a scammer. This, that, and man. Shout out to Yaya. We most definitely reached that goal. Shout out for that 10-piece. I most definitely appreciate y'all. Thank y'all very much, man, for donating to the channel, man. We gonna get back to the files. We got plenty of time. We gotta cover some of this other news that I got for y'all at this time, man. Prayers for California. But right here it says, YouTuber Corey, SSG, accused of fleeing to Dubai after abducting 2 women and taking them on a high-speed car ride. Reportedly threatening the women with a strap before ditching them on the side of the highway. He told them, "I'm going to F y'all, then unalive y'all." Oh my goodness, man. Man, now, Corey, what are we doing, dog? But that's what it said, you know what I'm saying? He says it's not true, though. In his defense, he says it's not true. He says, I'll take my kids that I haven't been able to see since last year before I take 2 white girls that was trying to set me up and get me blank, shaking my head. You know what I'm saying? He says, I'm painted as a criminal over the United States right now. I'm sorry, man, but this is funny as hell. It never been so fun being a criminal when they got it redacted, false. I'm enjoying this, just like y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's what Corey is saying. Saying he enjoying it. Shout out to Samantha for that $5 super chat. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know what it is. All right, so then he goes on to say, they said I was on the run, but I posted moving to Dubai November the 11th when this accusation happened on November 24th. So he had already said he was going to move to Dubai, but people are saying that he's running away even though he posted it before the charges came, right? Shout out to Unapologetic for that gift. Appreciate you. He says, look like Houston lying on my name. He say, Dubai, here I come. You know what I'm saying? He took out. It said, ish. To be honest, I said it November 2nd. Something fishy about this case. Look like they all set me up at this point. I see what's going on. He said, trip to Dubai just to surprise someone. So he most definitely moving on with his trip. No matter what they say, they got him posted up. Looks like a Louis bag, you know what I'm saying? He iced up. That's his wrist. He on his way to Dubai. It says, well, guys, look like I'm, okay, hold on. He didn't get to go. He said, well, guys, look like I'm being locked up for accusations that's not true at all. I guess this is what everybody wanted to see. The system is crazy. I'll see y'all soon. I'm going to keep fighting, y'all. So the laws must got him. He about to get locked up. He said, heading to the U.S., I'm vlogging this whole journey. So he done left Dubai to come back to the USA so he can get locked up for these charges of kidnapping these 2 women, man. You know what I'm saying? And from my IG, that was all I was able to gather, right? Until I went online, man. You know what I'm saying? Until I went online. When I went online, show y'all what I found, man. Hold up. Let me find where it's at. Man, shout out to Katie, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. She said, thank you. No problem, man. You know what it is now. Thank you for supporting the brand, supporting the channel, man. Feel free to grab y'all memberships, man. That's another way of supporting. You can support the channel. It only costs $5, the same amount as a bag of chips. Grab yours today. Don't put out for tomorrow what you can do today. Shout out to the love, though. Most definitely appreciate it, man. Sometimes I sit over here and don't make nothing. So it's always good to see something flash across that screen, man. All right, so I went to looking online. I went and checked out news stations in Houston, see if anybody covered this situation. And guess what? Houston most definitely covered it. You know what I'm saying? Check this one out.
Is wanted on kidnapping charges, accused of holding 2 young women against their will at gunpoint.
ABC 13 reporter Jessica
He had a
Williams
strap.
live. Jess, police believe he's now left the country.
Yeah, only because he posted that on social media. Corey Pritchett is now charged with 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping. The victims told police he terrorized them as he drove up and down I-10 here. Then 2 weeks later, he flew to Doha.
Already, Jatavius.
I've been sitting here, I just been waiting for the FBI and Houston police to pick me up.
Corey Pritchett mocking his legal troubles
Say
in
he
a video
waiting on the
posted
FBI
on
to come
TikTok
get
from
him.
Dubai.
I'm waiting for the FBI.
Now look at him. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know this guy? Have y'all ever seen? He's a very successful YouTuber, man. That made millions of dollars. I hope to get there one day, man. Y'all get me up there, man. This dude making millions, you know? I would love to get a check like that. You know what I'm talking about? But anyway, very successful. Lost his girl to a rapper, you know, when he got another girl, fell out with her, you know, and now he's accused of kidnapping 2 women, man. It's crazy. Let's just go ahead and hide that channel, y'all. Just hide it, moderators. Hide that channel that's spamming the chat. Just hide it so it can't spam no more. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and hide it. Yes, shout out to y'all. Thank y'all very much. But this is Corey right here, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, very, he vlogs his real life. You know, you mostly see him riding around in all his supercars. You know, he got scat packs and old schools and all of that. So he had been pretty successful on social media and as well as on YouTube. So successful that he turned his girl on. And like I said, she wound up leaving him for a rapper. But now he's accused of kidnapping 2 women. You know what I'm saying? It's very crazy work. I don't know why he would have to, but they most definitely saying he did it. He did it. If you're not familiar with him, all you got to do is type in his name on YouTube. They'll take you to a couple of his channels. He got over 1 million subscribers. I mean, dude was doing big things, man. I don't know what would make you flip out and feel like you got to kidnap anybody, but hey, man, I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm just telling you what the news said.
FBI and Houston police gonna pick me up.
Corey Pritchett mocking his legal troubles in a video he posted on TikTok from Dubai. The 25-year-old YouTuber with nearly 4 million subscribers.
Oh, he had 4 million.
Quote, see y'all
at 4 million
when I get out. In the 3-page document detailing the charges against him, there are only serious accusations. According to Houston police, Pritchett is wanted for 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, meaning with a gun, and it all started at his gym in Southwest Houston. It's here at All In Sports Performance Gym on November 23rd, where he met up with 2 young women ages 19 and 20 for a 15-hour ordeal that began innocently enough. First with a workout, then a TV outing, followed by bowling, all spelled out in the court document. Later, the victims told police, quote, there was a complete change in behavior. He thought someone was after him. Instead of taking them home, they say he sped west on I-10 at 100 miles an hour.
Say he felt like somebody was after him. Could it be that he felt like these ladies tried to set him up, and that's why he did what he did? Because they say he put them out on side of the highway. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of, boom, get out the car and took off again. So I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? But from what I'm hearing right here is saying that he felt like somebody was chasing him or following him. You know, if you look back, you know, a lot of successful people most definitely be getting set up. That's why you don't supposed to be picking up strangers, my guy. Never be just out here trying to get women that you don't know. You know, it might be your demise, sir.
pointed a gun at them, took their phones and said, quote, "I'm going to expletive y'all and then kill y'all." But he stopped on the side of the road, Record State ordered them out of the car, saying, quote, "This is your only opportunity." The women told police they walked for an hour before someone pulled over to let them call 911. Pritchett was charged the day after Christmas. Because of his social media posts, HPD confirmed he had already taken a flight to Doha on December 9th. Over the weekend, Pritchett, with a flurry of online activity, this post Sunday on X, defending himself, quote, "I'll kidnap my kids that I haven't been able to see since last year
I just read,
before I kidnapped 2 white girls that was trying to set me up and get me killed."
There you go.
And Pritchett does not have an
said they was trying to set him up and get him unalive. Okay.
Attorney of record just yet. Court records state he flew on a one-way ticket, so it's unclear whether there have been any conversations about flying back to the U.S. and turning himself in. We're live in West Houston tonight. Jessica Willie, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, so they was not sure if he was going to fly himself back. But I just showed y'all where he said, you know, he basically on his way back to face his charges. He said that the charges are false, you know, and he did not do any of that, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, just like all the time, man, it's most definitely, we finna get to the paperwork. Shout out my people at Law and Crime. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely, throughout the whole video, exercised the Fair Use Act of 1976, you know, which allows me to use these videos for educational purposes, you know, research, you know, or documentary purposes, whichever one. But this is most definitely for educational purposes. I'm educating y'all, you know, as far as what's been going on in the news. Y'all know what it is, man. All right, so Law and Crime did a deep dive into this situation to bring us all the facts. Y'all know I like to see the paperwork. I know y'all like to see the paperwork. Let's get to it. Let's see exactly what's going on with Mr. Corey, man. You know what I'm saying? And how he could have got himself in this whole entire situation, man. Ain't it something? You know, when some of these personalities y'all be seeing on YouTube get locked up. Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Double tap that screen, hit the like button, man. If you new over here, make sure you subscribing to the channel. We most definitely on the road to 20K. Every subscriber count. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's go. Let's see what they talking about when it comes to Mr. Corey.
Is now accused of kidnapping 2 women. But the story
and I used to watch this
Authorities said the Texas-based content creator fled the United States by booking a one-way ticket and hopping on a nearly 20-hour flight all the way to the Middle East. So how did a man with...
Drop a 1 if any of y'all out there know who this guy is. I used to watch this dude channel, I'm telling y'all. He used to be on there with his girl. They used to get into fights and stuff like that. They'll be breaking up every other week. You know, his girl didn't have no green card. You know, he was trying to get her deported. She most definitely got his kid. You know, it was just all out there crazy. And then all of a sudden, this happens. Wow, oh wow, ain't Karma something? He was trying to get sole custody of the little one and basically get his girl deported because she didn't have no green card, but she wound up leaving him for the rapper, what's his name? Big Boogie. She with Big Boogie now. So if you see anything on Big Boogie, you see a Latina woman standing up there, that's this guy's baby mama. Him and Big Boogie most definitely had beef too for a little second until this guy found him another girlfriend. It's crazy, y'all.
Millions of social media followers end up charged with aggravated kidnapping. Well, it all began on November 22nd.
His name is
That's
Corey
when the woman
Pritchett.
exchanged numbers with 26-year-old Corey Pritchett Jr. The woman told authorities the following day she and another woman met up with Pritchett. They did some pretty harmless activities like working out, ATV riding, then bowling. But it was at the bowling alley where things took an intense turn. While there, the 2 women felt like something was off when Pritchett and his 2 friends started acting strange. The women told police they were repeatedly looking around, seemed on edge, and were acting suspicious. The unnamed women told police they learned Pritchett and his friends were having issues with another group that was there at the bowling alley. So they reportedly told Pritchett if he continued acting that way, he should just leave with his friends.
So he was having problems with a group at the bowling alley. I guess he felt like these women were connected to them dudes that was going in on him at the bowling alley. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm from the UK. Don't know him. Well, you can most definitely go type his name in, and a lot of stuff will pop up on him, like including his YouTube channel, because he's a YouTuber.
Friends. Pritchett in turn stepped out with his friends, but never returned, leaving the women behind. After some time, the women texted him because they left their stuff in his car. So he asked them to meet at the H-E-B grocery store parking lot to get their stuff back. When the two women showed up, he switched gears and offered to drive them home, and they said yes. But according to the women, Pritchett flipped the script once again. During that drive, he reportedly began acting erratically and skipped what was supposed to be the route to drop them off. The women say Pritchett claimed someone was after him and started making phone calls. Then Pritchett began driving at high speeds, going past 100 miles per hour. The women claim he pulled out a gold-colored handgun and started waving it around the sunroof while still driving erratically fast, then began firing off rounds out of the car window. One of the women reportedly told Pritchett to take her back to her apartment and try to calm him down by asking him to pray with them. But he still continued driving crazy fast down the I-10 highway. Pritchett then made a video call to a woman reportedly saved in his phone under future wife. He asked the woman on the call, "If I had the perfect opportunity and was in the middle of nowhere where no one could hear them scream, should I just go ahead and do it?" And the woman on the line reportedly responded, yes. For the women...
What? He asked the woman on the phone, should he unalive these two women? The woman was supposed to be his future wife. So I'm guessing whoever he with right now, if he should unalive these women, and the woman said yes. What? Bro, you finna unalive these women just for nothing? You gotta at least have some kind of proof that they even did something. But hey, anyways, he felt the weight. You know what I'm saying? He went with his first mind. And yeah, man, that's crazy. I can't believe she said yeah. Oh man, we're gonna have to see how this play out. He most definitely going to jail.
Women in Pritchett's car, though, they were seemingly in fear of their lives. The women told police that Pritchett told them, "I'm gonna F y'all and then kill y'all." By this point, the women said they were texting one another during all of this, but authorities say Pritchett then started pointing the gun at them and took their phones away so they couldn't communicate with each other.
Dang.
According to police, Pritchett then pulled off the highway onto the shoulder of I-10 near Sealy, Texas. Seemingly with a change of heart, he told the women to get out of his car, telling them this is your only opportunity. One of the women said she tried to get her phone back but wasn't able to. Then Pritchett drove off, leaving them stranded on the side of the road at night. The women told police they spent more than an hour along the side of the highway before they were able to flag down a driver who called 911. But clues pieced together by investigators would help corroborate their story. One of the women had the Life 360 app on her phone, and screenshots, which included timestamps and the route they took, supported the victim's story of what happened. Pritchett was ID'd through his driver's license and social media pages.
It's crazy,
but when investigators reached out to him, his phone was no longer in service. Instead, they found out through TikTok that he was...
They said it was looking real suspicious. After he did what he did, next couple of days, he done moved to Dubai. Phone number done changed and everything. Boy, you're looking kind of guilty, but look, man, you know, it's two sides to every story. Just the girl said that he felt like something was going to happen, but he didn't unalive it. He didn't unalive nobody, but he did say he was, but he put him out the car. Man, it was something going on. Y'all remember what he said? They tried to set him up. I guess that's going to be his alibi. He's going to have to prove that they set him up. iPhone good for tracking people. The Crusades say different. Don't get too excited. Did his wife go with him to Dubai? I don't know. Right, it's real suspicious, y'all. This crazy, man. This crazy.
He's planning to move to Dubai.
I moved to Dubai.
Hold on, shout out to Leticia for that 5. She say, Mahel, do you watch Zoe from Wildin' Out on YouTube? He always talking crazy about Corey. That's he's always talking about Corey. Now, I never seen that. I'm gonna have to check it out, Leticia. I'm gonna have to check it out.
The people just want to feel so good out here. My kids, listen. So I'm having more kids.
This is him right here.
With my future wife, for sure. And Aiden, my kids are gonna be homeschooled.
Did y'all hear him call her? Did y'all now remember the report said that he was on the phone with his future wife? Right here in this video clip they just showed us, which I bet is for a reason, he most definitely just referred to whoever this lady is as his future wife. Oh God, you know what I'm saying? But hell, it checked Zoe out. He broke it down. Okay, all right, Daquan.
My kids, listen. So I'm having more kids, right? With my future wife.
With his future wife.
And Aiden, my kids are gonna be homeschooled, bro. It's getting real wicked in the United States. A lot of y'all not paying attention because a lot of y'all sleep, and the news outlets are not speaking on a lot of that's going on there. It's gonna get real over there. Y'all might think I'm lying. Y'all might think I'm just talking. Y'all see it, or people probably saying it. But you know, people don't believe until it hit the fan. That's one thing I noticed about most people in the United States. They want to party, live life, until it hit the fan. When it hit the fan, everybody like, oh, they want to scatter. No.
But according to the FBI, they confirmed Pritchett bought a one-way ticket to Qatar on December 9th. A little more than 2 weeks later after buying that one-way plane ticket, Pritchett was officially charged on December 26th with 1 count of aggravated kidnapping. I want to give a huge thanks to you, our viewers, and our amazing sponsors like Upside. Upside is a super
hit with 2 charges of kidnapping.
You can taco the first gallon of gas on social media. On January 4th, he posted an article from Houston news station KPRC, along with the caption, "Letter to the internet, it's finna be a ball. Let the show begin, hashtag Houston, Texas. Let me show you how to take monsters down the hashtag smooth way. You see it says accused, right? Don't worry, LOL. I'm finna give you the details on here and in the court of law. They're gonna regret effing with me like I'm just some goofy or something. Oh, and I got the best lawyer in Houston." A day later, he posted a video with the victims as they were ATV riding. That video was captioned tagging Houston PD as he wrote in part, "We have the case here of popular YouTuber Corey SSG kidnapping 2 white girls, and he's currently on the run in Dubai, I think. IDK, but yeah, the FBI should be after him." A pretty wild case that is now ranging across 2 completely different countries that are thousands of miles away from one another. So let's bring on retired FBI agent Colin Schmidt to get his thoughts on this.
Got
Colin,
the
thank you so much
FBI
for
involved,
joining
guys.
me today. You know, what is your reaction to this case, from Pritchett's
Joe Black,
alleged
what's up?
erratic behavior to trapping these 2 women allegedly in his car and leaving them stranded on the side of the road, then later fleeing off to Qatar?
Well, I think the first thing for investigators is kind of look at the totality of the circumstances and look at the big picture, as well as look at credibility of who the complainants are, as well as what's really going on here between these 2 people. And that's based upon the recent instances of YouTubers or bloggers or social media influencers faking in their own kidnappings. So to prevent a waste of resources, they have to just take a step back and kind of look at the big picture. And then, of course, if there is some merit to this, then they're going to have to kind of dig in and find out exactly what really went on between these 2.
And investigators also say that, you know, GPS data from Life 360, which was an app that was on one of the women's phones, that helped corroborate their story. Talk to me about how investigators use that type of data to kind of piece together, at least verify these types of allegations.
Well, in this case, the victim made it easy for law enforcement to track her because they did have the Life 360 app on there. I'm familiar with the app. It's fantastic. And I have used it with my kids as well. So if that wasn't on there, the first step with all these cases, and even if it's a bank robbery or a fraud case, is going to be the phones, and to look in to see if there's any GPS data, tracking data in that phone to find out and to corroborate what the victim is saying that the assailant did.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, unclear right now, but from what we do know now, do you think the erratic behavior on Pritchett's behalf might have been someone actually after him, as he had told these women allegedly, or do you think there's another reason, possibly like drugs, that kind of made him act erratically during this whole incident?
Well, with the limited information, available, you'd be speculating on why he was acting so erratic. So when somebody's acting erratic, there's a catalyst or some sort of antecedent.
He was acting erratic. He may have been on some narcotics or something, or he may have just really felt like his life was in danger. Remember, they said that he was arguing with guys at the bowling alley prior to what was going on. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. I don't know why anybody would flip out and do such a thing, but apparently they saying that he did.
Make them do that. So either it's something internal or external. And that's one thing that's going to come out, so to speak, in the wash as the investigators do their investigation and start talking to people and find out why he was behaving in such an odd manner. And then the fact that he fled to Qatar, which is kind of an unusual country to go to because of it. I doubt he speaks Arabic. Does he have some sort of connection to that country?
Yeah, and I was also,
people go to Dubai all the time that don't speak Arabic. You know what I'm saying? It's really one of the most popular places to go to, with all the luxuries that's over there. So I don't see, why they even bringing up, do he speak Arabic and all of that? Man, the man is going, where everybody else be going. He just went there to live instead of being on vacation. No extradition, ain't it? I most definitely think so. I don't think they extradite from Dubai. He better not drop the soap, unapologetic. They finna try to do him wrong, I'm telling you.
I'm going to ask you what your thoughts are on him fleeing to Qatar. What all goes into extraditing a kidnapping suspect? And in your opinion, how long do you think it'll take before he's actually back in the United States?
Well, first thing is, if we have extradition with Qatar, I'm not aware whether we do or don't for that particular crime, because extradition is crime specific. Some crimes are extraditable, some aren't. And then the extradition process is generally very long. And it takes at least a year to 2 years. Generally, what the authorities do is they just have the country expel or deport the person that's there. It's a much faster process unless the person has some sort of citizenship with that country. And I doubt this gentleman has any citizenship with Qatar.
And do you think that trip was planned this whole time, or do you think he kind of did?
Hey, y'all, listen up. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you new, man. We most definitely got a goal of 300 likes. We at 214. Y'all keep them likes going. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up for your boy if you don't mind. Right now, we covering the case of Corey Pritchett, or however you say his name, a popular YouTuber with over 3-4 million subscribers, done got arrested, or they're trying to arrest him for kidnapping 2 women, man. You know what I'm saying? We getting all the details.
Did as an escape to escape those now criminal charges that he's facing, because I can't imagine, leaving your children behind to go start a new life in a completely different country and just, leave them behind in Texas.
Well, if he was going to Mexico, I would say there wasn't a lot of thought put into it, because obviously it's just right over the border. But to take an international flight, you'd have to fly through an international hub, whether it be Houston or Los Angeles or New York, and then make a couple of connections to get to Qatar. So, and then, of course, the flight itself is pretty expensive, and then there is going to be some scrutiny on him on when he lands through the authorities there in Qatar. So there had to be some sort of planning to go into it, because, like I said, he's just not driving his car over the border, going down to Mexicali. He's going to a foreign country, and it's approximately an 18-hour flight.
Yeah, and booking that one-way ticket as well, too. I can't even imagine kind of going back to this alleged crime as well. Can't imagine what it was like for these 2 women who were stranded on that highway until they were able to flag down a driver who eventually called 911, and then authorities arrived as well, too. But, kind of going back to the overall alleged offense in this case, what do you kind of make of just leaving 2 women stranded on a highway and then just, again, fleeing off to a completely different country?
Well, that tells me that there wasn't much thought put into this. It sounds more like this was an impulse crime. He was reacting to some sort of something maybe the women had done to him, or vice versa.
So, yeah, something was going on, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't seem like actions of the same person. Platinum Black says, also, 2 chicks walking along the highway for a whole hour before anyone would pick up. Sounds like BS, and leaving the phone with the tracker on to help you prove where you were. Setup game. Okay, I bet, Platinum, I hear you. I'm in the Arabic area in my country, but I'm moving soon. It ain't safe. Okay, I bet. Justavia say, as long as the crime is punishable for up to 1 year, they'll get you up out of there. Okay, I bet. His ears are pointy. Let's go.
And this was reaction, and he didn't think it through. And then I think finally it kind of dawned on him that what he had done is basically going to land him in jail. And he essentially panicked, kicked him out or put him on the side of the road, and then obviously left the country. So he's definitely has a lot going on inside his head. And this case is only going to probably get stranger as the investigators dig in.
Yeah, and you mentioned something earlier in our discussion, just about his whole social media persona, which is kind of another added layer to this whole entire story. Pritchett has millions of followers across different social media platforms, but then you tack on this alleged behavior and this alleged or this crime as well too. What do you make of all of that, given that he was this kind of apparent rise on social media, and then he got kind of famous as well too, doing family content, and then for this to kind of come out? What do you make of just kind of that Jekyll and Hyde situation that we're kind of seeing all unfold?
Well, that's from where I started with this, that because of his social media presence, law enforcement is going to have to kind of dig in and kind of determine what the motive behind this was. Maybe he had no intent of harming these women. He was just doing this for the classic clicks. Or, like I said, he had something going on in his life that made him panic. But it seems like there's such, in society now, there's such a intense pressure to get quote unquote clicks, that we see these social media people doing some amazingly stupid and abhorrent things. And frankly, I think law enforcement and the society as a whole is really kind of getting tired of it. And the hammer is starting to fall on these people for their...
Corey is a popular YouTuber. He became popular with Corey and Corman. You know what I'm saying? Huge thing on YouTube. If you into like vlogging, he vlogged his life. He became very successful with over like 3-4 million subscribers, making millions of dollars on YouTube. He wound up losing his girl, and he's been on basically a downward spiral ever since. I'm gonna just keep it real.
Behaviors.
Now, say Pritchett makes it back to the United States, he's facing this kidnapping charge. How long of a, potential sentence or punishment do you think that he could be facing now?
Well, if the federal authorities get involved, I believe you could get up to life in prison for kidnapping. So depending on the circumstances and if it's provable, in this case, he didn't take the victims over state lines. So there's an argument that it's not a federal crime. However, there is a kidnapping statute in Texas. So, and Texas has a pretty aggressive law enforcement, culture there. So he's going to be facing some jail time if it turns out that this was legitimate kidnapping and these women are willing to testify.
All right. Well, Colin, I want to thank you so much for joining me and giving me insight into this case. Before we sign you off, though, anything else you'd like to add?
Say Corey gonna be
Coretta real soon. Like I said, full circle about all this social media clicking nonsense, and it's really gotten out of hand. And I think it's long past time for authorities to start cracking down.
Shout out to my guy Justavius. He says, "Keep me in your thoughts." As we head out to fly and try to put these fires out in Cali. Love the channel, brother. Always love. Shout out to you, Jatavius, for that 20-piece, bro. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. I most definitely appreciate you. Subscribe, dog. You know what I'm saying? And most definitely turn your notification bell on to all. Now, listen, bro. I'll be on here every night, Monday through Thursday, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Make sure you tap back in with me, even if they don't send you a notification. I'll be here Monday through Thursday, you know what I'm saying, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time, bro. I hope y'all get those files under control. You be safe in your travels.
Because people are getting harmed.
All right, Colin, again, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, so that's that on that when it comes to Corey, guys. You know what I'm saying? Now, we all been, it's crazy. He most definitely, the girls put out there as well as he did. He felt like somebody was chasing him, or he seen something on the road, or the dudes from the bowling alley was trying to get him, and he felt like the girls was a part of it. He pulled a strap on him, told him he was going to do him, and then unalive him, then changed his mind, put him out on the side of the highway and sped off, and then moved to Dubai. before they were able to put charges on him, he done took off to Dubai. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how this plays out. I read to y'all earlier from the reports I got that says that he's back on his way. He's on his way back to the U.S. He said, heading to the U.S., I'm vlogging this whole journey. You know, so that was the last thing that he put, is that he on his way back. So I'm pretty sure as soon as he touched down, he gonna get locked up, and we gonna get to see this whole thing play out in a courtroom coming soon, man. Unless he take a plea or something. All right. So in other news, you know what I'm saying? Because I gotta get everything out the way. In other news, we got some more Lil Durk news that just broke not too long ago. It says, update. Feds reportedly have 20,000 pages of evidence against Lil Durk, along with 230 gigabytes of audio and video recordings and surveillance footage. Right when you thought things couldn't get any more messed up. Remember, they said that guy, what's his name, was wearing the wire. Now we find out that they got over 20,000 pages of evidence, 230 gigabytes of audio, video, and recordings. Somebody most definitely was snitching. The feds was most definitely tapped in. Yeah, and for them to have videos and recordings, somebody was most definitely snitching on that boy Durk, man. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. That's a wrap. Hey, over 20,000 pages, guys. Damn, man, listen, y'all. Over 20,000 pages against that boy Durk, man. He might not never come home. Durk might not never come home. It wasn't too long ago, his father went and did interviews, I guess on Instagram or somewhere, where he was saying that ain't it crazy that Durk gets in trouble right after he turns his life around. Like as long as he was doing what he didn't have no business, they was letting him make it. As soon as he tried to make a change, they locked him up. But now we find out that they got a lot of evidence against him, y'all. And do y'all want to know what evidence they got? Because I'm going to show you anyway. Y'all know that's the way I do it over here. We going to get all the facts. Back to Law and Crime, man. Because they most definitely did a report on it as well, man. Let's get to it, man. This is what's going on with Lil Durk, man. Let's see what he done did.
Friend's murder gets another setback in his case. Durk Banks, better known by his stage name Lil Durk, has been behind bars since October, accused of being the mastermind behind a plot to kill Georgia rapper Quando Rondo, whose real name is Taekwon Bowman. Quando Rondo, along with his sister and cousin, were ambushed and shot at in Los Angeles, California.
They say money is the root to all evil. I believe
Quando Rondo and his sister survived the attack.
We need to get these likes up to 300, man. Every like count. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. I know we got some people that ain't hit that like button. Right now, we finna find out exactly what's going on with Lil Durk, man. You know what I'm saying? Will he ever see freedom again? Or will they keep him locked up in the pen? Stay tuned. You know what I'm saying? It will be televised.
His cousin was murdered in the hail of gunfire. But that case goes back further than that, as prosecutors say it all stemmed from a 2020 shooting that left another rapper, who was also the close friend and frequent collaborator of Lil Durk, dead. According to Lil Durk's federal indictment, prosecutors say on November 6th of 2020, a man named DB, who was a high-ranking member of Lil Durk's Only the Family, or OTF, and the friend of Lil Durk, got into a fight with another person identified in the indictment.
They talking about King Von.
The indictment says an associate of TB pulled out a gun and shot DB multiple times, killing him. Now, the indictment doesn't have the full names of TB or DB, but the circumstances match the November 6, 2020 shooting death of rapper King Von, whose real name is Davon Bennett. And of course, we know Quando Rondo's real name to be Taekwon Bowman. So where does Lil Durk come into play here? Well, federal prosecutors say after King Von's murder, Lil Durk wanted revenge. According to the indictment, Banks made clear in coded language that he would pay a bounty to anyone who took part in killing Quando Rondo for his role in King Von's murder. That all came to a head 2 years later on August 18th of 2022, when Banks, his alleged co-conspirators, and co-defendants tracked down Quando Rondo to Los Angeles. The indictment names Banks' co-defendants as Kevon London Grant, DeAndre Dontrell Wilson, Keith Jones, David Brian Lindsay.
These are the people involved as well.
Prosecutors say on August 18th of 2022, after the men learned where Quando Rondo was in LA, at the direction of Lil Durk, Wilson, Jones, Lindsay, Houston, and another co-conspirator traveled from Chicago to Los Angeles to murder Quando Rondo. Meanwhile, Lil Durk and Kevon Grant traveled on a private jet from Miami to LA allegedly to help coordinate the murder. That same day, Banks allegedly texted co-conspirator 3, "Don't book no flights under no names involved with me." But the feds say that same co-conspirator purchased the plane tickets using an OTF credit card. The unnamed co-conspirator 3 also allegedly confirmed to DeAndre Wilson through text that
Shout out to
Wilson,
Lanice,
Jones,
girl. I
and Lindsay had
appreciate
the
you.
same
I see you
airline
doing your
ticket
thing
confirmation.
down there.
And Wilson messaged a friend on Instagram saying, "On my way to LA." From there, Kevon Grant allegedly purchased 4 black ski masks from a sporting goods store, but used cash to pay. But seemingly messed up when he allegedly used another OTF credit card to rent a hotel for the co-conspirators. Prosecutors say after Grant met with the co-conspirators, he gave Keith Jones, David Lindsay, and another unnamed co-conspirator firearms, including a firearm that was modified to operate as a machine gun. From there, Grant allegedly provided 2 cars for himself, Lindsay, Wilson, Jones, Houston, and another co-conspirator to find and kill Quando Rondo. The following day, using a BMW and Infiniti allegedly rented by Grant, the men tracked down Quando Rondo first to a marijuana dispensary.
Let's go,
then to a
Cross
clothing
Solo.
store. But it would be an LA gas station that would be the site of the deadly crime. According to the indictment, Asa Houston drove the Infiniti to an alley behind the Beverly gas station, then parked the car so Jones, Lindsay, and unnamed co-conspirator 2 could attempt to murder Quando Rondo. Prosecutors say the men shot at Quando Rondo's car, but ended up killing his cousin, who was standing next to Quando's car. Then the men fled and went to a local burger joint to discuss payment. The same day Quando's cousin was killed, prosecutors say an OTF credit card was used to purchase plane tickets from San Diego back to Chicago for Wilson, Jones, Lindsay,
Hey, man,
Houston,
Durk
and
might be out of there, man. He
Fast
might be
forward to
out of
October
there.
of 2024, prosecutors say Lil Durk allegedly tried to flee the United States and booked plane tickets to several different countries, including Italy, Switzerland, and Dubai, but didn't board the plane for any of the flights. Instead, he was arrested near Miami International Airport. And even though Lil Durk isn't accused of pulling the trigger, he faces the same charges as the other
What's
men,
up with it, sweet
including
babe?
1 count of conspiracy, 1 count of use of interstate facilities to commit murder for hire resulting in death, and 1 count of using, carrying, and discharging firearms in a machine gun and possession of such firearms in furtherance of a crime of violence resulting in death. All of which he pleaded.
He don't have a twin, Miss Fat, but he got a dude that look like just like him called Perkio. You know, he looks just like him. I done heard all kind of conspiracy theories talking about Lil Perkio is the one in jail and not Durk, you know, but they most definitely got Durk Banks. They know exactly when they put them fingerprints down there, they know exactly who they got, man. I don't even be listening to them people.
Not guilty to. Surprisingly, his trial was slated for January 7th, just 3 months after his arrest, but that date was pushed back to October 14th of this year. It all comes weeks after an unsealed affidavit filed by an FBI agent alleged Lil Durk was involved in another murder for hire.
Which was
that affidavit reportedly cited.
The next one was for his brother. That's how he started out with 1 M for hire, and they bumped it up to 2 because they started saying they got enough evidence to charge him with an M for hire. His brother's unaliving as well. Somebody took his brother out, then he hired men to go take out his brother's unalivers. They got that too. It's crazy, man. They trying to get rid of Durk, man. They gonna get, I ain't gonna say trying. Well, they are trying right now. But man, 20,000 pages of evidence. Whew.
It's texts and social media posts from 2 people discussing the payment from Lil Durk for the 2022 murder of 24-year-old Stephon Mack, who was alleged to be a Gangster Disciples leader. The agent alleges Lil Durk was offering money for people to kill those responsible for his brother's murder. Lil Durk hasn't been criminally charged for that alleged murder for hire plot. However, prosecutors did use that affidavit as evidence to get Lil Durk's request for bail denied, and he, as well as his co-defendants, remain behind bars since their respective arrests. But all of them are facing a hefty sentence, the rest of their life in prison, if convicted. So much to unpack, so let's bring on now criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer.
From $1 million artist, you know what I'm saying, to a 4x4 jail cell. Gotta suck, man. Gotta suck, man. You know what I'm saying? He about to be like Rondo number 9 now, man. He gonna have as many gray hairs as I got if he ever get out of jail. I'm just saying.
Safa, it's always great to see you. First I have to ask your reaction to this whole case. Lil Durk is a Grammy Award-winning artist, but federal prosecutors allege that he's this mastermind behind the plot to kill Quando Rondo in retaliation for his friend King Von's death. What are your thoughts about this case overall?
It's not surprising to see an indictment come about as a result of that. I think that there have been rumors and talks in the industry for years with regard to Lil Durk and his position with respect to his friend King Von's death and anything that may have been retaliatory in nature. So this is not the first time that I'm hearing of these alleged acts as an attorney, but this is certainly the first time that we now have an indictment alleging these specific acts against him. And what we've seen, in more recent times is that law enforcement is going after individuals who are high-profile individuals or celebrities and rappers in essentially prosecuting them. We saw that in the Young Thug case. We see that in this case now. We see that in the Sean Diddy Combs case. So we're seeing this a lot more frequently as of lately.
Yeah, reading through this federal indictment against Lil Durk, it seems like there's a lot of evidence stacked against him, from the text messages to the use of credit cards and other kind of trails of evidence. What do you make of that, given if you are going to orchestrate something terrible like this, that you might try a little harder to kind of cover your tracks?
They say cash is king. When you use electronics and you use credit cards and things of that nature, you're leaving a paper trail all the time. Even when you use social media, you may think that a video has disappeared because you've used Snapchat. It has not disappeared. It has been preserved and made available for law enforcement. And so essentially here in this case, there are allegations that credit cards were used that were associated with Lil Durk.
It's crazy, y'all.
Also transportation via airplane.
I got a question. Could the dude that had got the rental cars and all of this may have been working with the laws? Because why would he go purchase something on the OTF card when Durk specifically told him, don't use nothing that'll link it back to me? But he went and booked rooms and cars with the OTF cards. I'm just saying, though, even if he was like an assistant or something like that, the boss man gave you specific orders not to use anything that would link back to him. Why did he do it? Was it just stupidity? Or was it to create that paper trail? Just my observation, man. I'm not a detective. I'm not an investigator. I'm just somebody with common sense, and that's sticking out in my mind. This guy went and bought this stuff with the OTF credit card, knowing good as well it was going to come back on Durk after Durk already told him, don't do that. Something to think about. Y'all let me know.
Rental cars and things like that the government was ultimately allowed the government to tie these things to him.
Cool,
and so in cases like this, of course, I would never recommend doing anything like this, but always remember that you are leaving a paper trail anytime you use an electronic,
the paper trail, see what I'm saying?
Or anything like that.
Because he's stupid. I heard you can't. Let's go.
Side hustle, I want to take a quick second and tell you about something that can really level up your business game.
No, we ain't finna take no second and we ain't interested in that. We don't want to hear about Durk.
/Elmer's on social media kind of regarding a snitch within OTF. Do you think that federal prosecutors used the CI or used a cooperating witness to kind of spell out what happened and when?
It wouldn't surprise me. I read through some of the superseding and indictment, and it seems to be
it's a total setup. Okay.
Detailed with the alleged conduct and the overt acts that they are alleging against Lil Durk, and the specificity that it took to make those pleadings. There is a question in my mind as if anybody has cooperated against Mr. Durk or Lil Durk at this point in time, and it certainly wouldn't be surprising to me. And we see that in co-defendant cases a lot, is what the government will try to do is get one of the co-defendants to flip on the others or to flip on the primary target, which in this case is Lil Durk.
Yeah, and obviously, this isn't just a murder for hire plot. Quando Rondo's cousin was actually killed in this ambush in 2022. Do you think that's why federal prosecutors are after Lil Durk too, and not just kind of the men who are allegedly
I'm telling y'all, man, there's something going on
in this case? Do you think, had Quando Rondo's cousin survived the attack or not been shot and killed, that they would be after Lil Durk too?
You know, I think that they would have been after him regardless. Like I said, there have always been rumors in the industry with regard to his possible acts and things of that nature. And so, again, it doesn't come as a surprise here. One of the things the government charged here is conspiracy, and they're alleging that OTF, or Only the Family, is essentially this umbrella of an organization that engages in criminal activity or a pattern of criminal behavior, including the murder for hire. They're alleging that Lil Durk is the primary principal who is essentially instructing other individuals to commit these acts. And so certainly they would be going after him, not only the trigger pullers and anybody else who may be lower level.
And, you know, Lil Durk has been behind bars now since October. His trial was supposed to kind of start relatively soon, but now it's pushed back to October of this year. I want to ask you, what do you think the federal trial against Lil Durk could look like, given what appears to be this overwhelming kind of evidence against him?
I expect his trial to more than likely be months long. You know, it could take anywhere from a month to a few months. I think it was a good move on the defense end to adjourn the trial out so that they can get through all of the discovery. They can continue through their investigations and things of that nature. And they really want to bulletproof their defense. And adjourning the trial till October really gives them an opportunity to do that. Now, of course, Lil Durk doesn't want to sit there. Nobody wants to sit, you know, in prison or incarceration. But I think that was the best move necessary to protect his rights. As far as the trial and what that will look like, I expect that there's going to be a lot of evidence that the government's going to be using. I think that they're going to try to go at this in the way that the prosecution went after.
Jalen says Durk should have just put 10 or 15,000 on a prepaid card and just gave it to him and never let him have access to anything with his name tied to it. Let's go, Jalen. What up with the music industry? I don't know, man. They flipping out. Just popped in to give a like. Already, Shaylin. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely double tap that screen. He think he got off like thuggers. They been watching that boy since he was a kid. Let's talk about it. Let's not forget his dad was locked up as well.
Young Thug and his group, and do a prosecution that includes all of the defendants in one trial, or consolidate the defendants into one proceeding because of the amount of evidence and the witnesses that they would use. So I expect that, but I expect Durk's attorneys to really go after the
shout out to Louisiana
in this
What's
case.
Up with it, L. John? My back
is point together and pin together these
we need 50 more people on that like, man. We trying to get 300. Click that 3 dots and hit the thumbs up.
The defense is going to attack it each and every step of the way.
Do you think prosecutors will use music and his own lyrics kind of against him in trial?
I am expecting that is going to happen. And
make sure if you new, you subscribing to the channel. We on the road to 20K. We need 25, like 27 more subscribers to hit 19.4 K subscribers. Make sure you sub.
Used, you know, as an attack on that First Amendment right and privilege. Now, it may not be as much of a protected speech as other forms of speech, but that's an issue.
Already, John, thank you.
Create without having to defend themselves for their creations later. But I do expect that the government is going to try to take that angle in this case.
You know, and I have to ask, say Lil Durk is your client. What kind of defenses are you going to be using, especially in a federal trial case like this?
You know, in a case like this, you know, if I was Durk's attorney, my client is not as involved as the government would like them to allege. All my client does here is he's a rapper. He runs this organization, but it's an organization that's
shout out to the Lou. What's up, Diamond Love? Make sure you subscribe to the channel, subscribe. We're trying to get our way there.
Creative work that should be protected and is protected by the United States Constitution and copyright law. The government's making a significant stretch trying to tie him into this murder or this murder for hire plot. And ultimately what the government's trying to do is hold somebody responsible for this death, but the person responsible is not Lil Durk. Whether they want to go after, you know, the co-defendant who allegedly fired a firearm or killed that individual, that's a conversation for another day. But my client, he's a businessman. He has other matters that he's tending to.
Shout out to you, Debo. Appreciate it.
So them trying to rope him in, just like they've been doing to other, you know, artists in the as of recently, is not something that we'd allow to happen, and we would fight that case at each and every stage.
Yeah, and I was kind of to piggyback off that answer there. It seems like for fans of Lil Durk, it does seem like, oh, another great artist is taken up by the system, especially after appearing to get your life together, then, allegedly by your own actions get into something like this. But what do you make of what feels like the seeming downfall of Lil Durk and not kind of leaving the...
All right, we got Deborah says, I just subscribed to you. I'm going to share you on Facebook. Thanks for sharing. I didn't know anything about this crazy-ish going on until I came across this live chat on YouTube. Good luck. Already, Deborah, man. Thanks to you. Thank you. Most definitely share me out. Most definitely, I'm glad you a subscriber. Hey, man, we're going to keep on pushing. We're trying to get that 20K on our way to 100K. Every subscribe count. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. Right now, we taking a closer look at that boy Durk.
The streets behind.
It's very unfortunate, and sometimes, as you grow into new positions, he's a celebrity, he has notoriety, he has a family. We have to change people, places, and things around us. We can't do the same thing and expect a different result. So while
already
he
Diamond,
has succeeded and excelled in his professional career, it's always important to be mindful of the people that you keep around. And sometimes, unfortunately, people don't leave the streets behind, and them doing so is a part of a safety and a coping mechanism for the things that they've previously experienced in their lives. But, you have to protect yourself and your family first. So, it's very unfortunate that he's in this situation. Hopefully he's able to overcome this, with the help of his attorneys.
Yeah, and I guess we'll kind of have to wait and see how this all continues to unfold and play out. Safa, I want to thank you so much for your time today. But before we sign you off, though, where do you think that everything kind of goes from here in terms of the trial process? And do you think that an October date will be the October date for the trial?
I think the October date will be the date for the trial unless there's a reason to adjourn it and maybe some attorney scheduling. But from here on out, we're in trial preparation mode. We're interviewing witnesses. We're getting through that discovery. We're exploiting the evidence and essentially saying, and one of the things the prosecution always likes to do is they like to say, this person did this for this reason, when there's a whole separate explanation as to why something may or may not have been done. But you only get that one prosecution vision or side of the story until, as the defense, we're able to tell our own story. And so I'm sure that his attorneys are preparing to tell that story for him.
All right, Safa, again, thank you so much for your insight into this case. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Durk Banks, aka Lil Durk, remains behind bars, and at this time, his next court hearing is slated for August 11th, and he's expected to go on trial on October 14th.
All right, man, so you get the latest in breaking on that boy Durk, man. He went from facing one M for hire charge to basically facing two. One for Vaughn, one for his brother, man. It's most definitely a leak off inside of there somewhere within that whole situation. 20,000 pages of evidence is crazy work, y'all. You know what I'm saying? 20,000 pages of evidence against Lil Durk, along with 230 gigabytes of audio, video recordings, and surveillance footage, man. Looks like they're looking to get Durk up out of here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And just like everything else, as they continue to drop stuff, I'll continue to update. Man, look, man, the music industry is going crazy, man. And look, man, the police and the FBI and the CIA and the DEA ain't playing no more games with none of these entertainers, man. It's the year of reveal, man. Everything you done is coming out. And speaking of the year of reveal, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know we most definitely got Diddy, and we most definitely got Jay-Z, man. You know what I'm saying? Diddy done been in court, throwing a whole temper tantrum, acting like a big old baby in there, man. We need 30 more on that like, man. We'll be at 300, man. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up, get your boy to 300 on that like, subscribe to the channel if you new. We most definitely trying to get to that 20K. All right, so right here in this next one I got for y'all, it says, Sean Diddy Combs throwing tantrums over the attention to accused United Healthcare CEO Unaliva Luigi receives behind bars on his ish list, man. You know what I'm saying? So Diddy and there, you know what I'm saying? They say he throwing a fit You know, over our guy Luigi, you know, who unalived the CEO of healthcare, man. It's a lot going on with Luigi, too. We're going to probably have to get to him tomorrow. But it's been a lot that's done came out regarding this guy when it comes to what he's alleged to have done. Long as artists were under record labels, they were free to roam. But as soon as they go independent, it's a takedown. Diddy made he not in control no more. Well, man, Diddy is upset about Luigi, I guess, man, as the New York Post reports. You know what I'm saying? They say he upset. We most definitely heard about a temper tantrum that he threw in jail. We thought it was about being locked up, but evidently they saying that it was about the Luigi guy that's locked up in the same jail that Diddy's locked up in right now. How ironic is that? And just like anything else, y'all know I keep it on it, man. You know what I'm saying? I keep it in there. We got Nancy Grace. She basically reported on Diddy temper tantrum. Let's check it out. This is Nancy.
About Diddy, because the evidence is mounting against him. So who am I supposed to believe? All these women or him? Okay. But putting Sean Combs on the stand would be a prosecutor's dream come true. Dream come true. Go on, Agnefello. Go ahead and put him on the stand. Although I don't know that Agnefello can stand up to Sean Combs in court. Combs might take the stand over Agnefello's advice. That said, is Diddy jelly? Apparently,
this is Nancy Grace on Diddy.
Jealous after the healthcare assassin Luigi Mangione. No love lost between me and Mangione. But that said, he's angry that Mangione has apparently been crowned Miss Sweet Potato Queen at the MDC. Listen.
Reports from sources inside Metropolitan Center say Diddy is furious that alleged CEO murderer Luigi Mangione is getting more attention behind bars. Diddy has allegedly been throwing tantrums, claiming he is innocent of sex trafficking, yet he continues getting so much hate inside the lockup, while Luigi gets so much love. Reports say prisoners apparently love Mangione, giving him support and sharing.
Diddy throwing a tantrum saying, man, they all against him, but they in love with Luigi, guys. We need 20 more people on that like. We'll be the 300 on the like button, man. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you new. Diamond says, seems like the only thing promised to these entertainers is being unalived or prison. Sheesh, the ultimate cost of fame, man. What's up, Gina? Yeah, man. So right now we looking into that boy Diddy and his most recent temper tantrum in jail over Luigi being more popular than him.
Sharing their stories of losing loved ones due to inadequate health care.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which bad guy do I love the most? That's what's happening behind bars. Are you kidding? Joining me, reporter at large for thedailymail.com, also host of a brand new podcast.
14 more people. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you new.
Is this real? Actually, at first I thought, no, somebody made that up. But I can actually see Sean Combs angry. He's not the king of the cell block anymore.
I mean, this is the crossover event of the century at the MDC. You have Diddy and Luigi Mangione locked up together. Our sources say that they haven't quite met yet, though they do share a legal team, but that Diddy is absolutely furious that he's been throwing tantrums. And if anything, this just goes to show his inflated ego and how he feels, you know, he has the name Love, that he should be loved and adored. Meanwhile, Luigi allegedly shot someone in cold blood on camera. So to Diddy, he doesn't get it. He's saying, you know, I am innocent, yet you have this guy allegedly on camera killing somebody. How is he being revered as a hero and Diddy's a villain?
I'm just curious why the New York control room keeps showing shots of Luigi Mangione without his shirt on. Because when I look at Mangione, I see the devil. Oh, thank you. You did it again. I see the devil. I see the devil.
Nancy say Luigi is the devil.
People think he's sexy. Okay? I guess it's all based on your particular
7 more people.
taste.
Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up.
Joining me, founder, executive director, Lynn's Warriors, who's having none of this. Lynn's Warriors is dedicated to eradicating sex trafficking and the
This is
abuse
for
of sex
educational
victims.
purposes only.
Also host of Lynn's Warriors on YouTube, Lynn Shaw, thank you for being with us. What about this? A celebrity hair fight behind bars between Sean Combs and Luigi Mangione. Is Diddy jelly? What? I never heard anything like it in my life. But
make sure you subscribe to the channel if you new, man. We on the road to 20K, man.
I have to tell you, Nancy, I'm disgusted.
We need all the subscribers we can get. Subscribe. 20 more, y'all. Let's go.
Diddy hot dog on a bun in a jail cell. That's a lot more food than victims and survivors we work with get served on a daily basis. And as far as Luigi, another distraction because I live right down the street from where that horrible event took place. And you know what? An hour later, people were just walking over the spot in New York City. And this is what we're talking about and celebrating. How about the focus? I ultimately believe this Diddy case will come down to, it's going to be very tough, children, minors. Were they brought over state lines, sex trafficking? So that's where I think everybody should be going in and really trying to find victims' voices and hear their stories. I realize everybody's coming out of the woodwork right now, but a little too late. However, I think that's the angle. Why? Why did everybody wait decades? What can you imagine if one of these women came forward very quietly and tried? Now they did. There were a couple of cases they did say they tried. Nobody would listen to them. Why?
Donna say Diddy the real devil. Let's go
in and find kids, because so many have told me over the decades about dirty Diddy and still nobody did anything about it. I asked why now.
Hey man, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But she most definitely got it in when it came to Diddy, man. Most definitely. He's throwing, they say, hey, I read y'all the report. You know what I'm saying? They say he in there throwing temper tantrums over Luigi, you know, who is in there for unaliving. The healthcare CEO talking about, man, how this dude gonna be a unaliver, a person that took somebody's life and get more respect than me. Diddy don't like that. But wait, y'all. You know, as always, I gotta go to the people. Hold on. All right. Okay, I gotta go to the people. You know what I'm saying? That let me know everything that's everything when it comes down to that boy Diddy. Let's see what they got for us over here, man. More Diddy, man, to come. Let's see what he been up to.
2025 and the road to Sean Combs' criminal trial has begun. But it seems both the prosecution and the defense can't seem to agree on a number of key deadlines in this case for when information will be disclosed and arguments will be presented.
This is the latest in the Diddy case, guys. Shout out to Lauren Crown for keeping me on point. Make sure you double tapping that screen, getting them likes up. We need 3 more people to hit the like. We'll be at 300.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. One of the more controversial elements of Sean Combs' prosecution is not even the allegations of sex trafficking or racketeering or freak-offs or baby oil or sex workers. I mean, it's all quite controversial. I still think, though, one of the biggest issues, one of the most controversial things we've been talking about in the legal community especially, is the trial date. I mean, for a guy who was arrested in September to go to trial on these federal charges on May 5th, 2025, which is right around the corner, just over 7 months after his arrest, given the mountain of evidence in this case, how complex a racketeering, conspiracy, criminal enterprise case can be, that is so soon. I've said that for a while. How do you go to trial so soon? Are both sides really ready? And look, that date was agreed upon, and I think that an argument could be made. It was pushed by Sean Combs' side while he was still trying to fight bail, even though we know he lost every time he tried to petition for pretrial release. So there seems to be an argument that he wants to hold the prosecution's feet to the fire, right? After all, it's their burden. They have to prove this case. Get this case over with, as opposed to what would be the alternative? Languishing in a detention center for years.
I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all double tapping that screen, getting them likes up. It don't stop at 300. Man, we need as many subscribers as we can get. We on the road to 20K. We had 19K. Man, we need about 15, 16 more subscribers to hit that 19.4K. So make sure if you're not subscribed, you subscribe to the channel, man. We most definitely trying to get to that 20. Shout out to everybody in the building. Right now, we checking out the latest and breaking updates on that boy Diddy.
He awaits a trial because he's currently locked up at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. That is notorious for its violence, its horrid conditions. So I get it. The argument could be, let's get this trial over and done with. We think we can win. That's it. Let's put it in the past. But I've also wondered, would that trial date stick with so much going on? Well, I tell you that because the trial date has come into focus once again in a new filing from both the prosecution and the defense. And that is what we're going to break down for you right now, this letter. This letter that was addressed to Judge Arun Subramanian of the Southern District of New York, the judge overseeing this criminal case. And in this joint letter submitted by both parties, it discusses the pre-trial schedule, so everything leading up to the trial. And by the way, you might be saying, this seems boring. No. The reason this is so important, the reason these dates are so important is, aside from the fact that it kind of gives us a sense of the strategy of both the prosecution and the defense, is because those dates are so important because if those dates hold, whichever side we're going to be going through, if the judge sides with the prosecution or the defense, or there's times they consented to a date, that is giving us a window of when and if we can learn some new key details about this prosecution and defense. So much of this case has been wrapped up in mystery in terms of the actual events, the witnesses, the victims, the defenses. So if these dates stick, we now have a timeline of when things might be presented and what things might be presented. This is important. So now the question is, what is this pretrial schedule? Well, as the lawyers lay out in this joint letter to the court, they write, the court set the following pretrial motion schedule. Motions due on February 17th, 2025, oppositions due on March 3rd, 2025, and replies due on March 10th, 2025. Again, this is all leading up to the May 5th, 2025 trial. Now, the prosecution and the defense have two different
The trial date is May 5th, guys. May 5th. You know what I'm saying? The trial will be going on for Diddy, man. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot going on until then. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the building. Continue to keep on double tapping that screen, man.
Perspectives on this schedule. And I'm going to start with the prosecution. They write, given the May 5th, 2025 trial date in this case, the government respectfully submits that the current pretrial motion schedule, in which the pretrial motions would be fully briefed less than 2 months prior to trial, will not permit the parties to raise and the court to resolve pretrial issues sufficiently in advance of the May 5th, 2025 trial. While the defendant is fully entitled to request a speedy trial, that does not mean that he's entitled to demand disclosure deadlines appropriate in cases with significantly longer timelines. Accordingly, the government objects to any schedule, including that proposed by the defendant, requiring the government to make trial disclosures before the filing and or resolution of pretrial motions which may shape or affect those disclosures, including by affecting the scope of the charges or the evidence the government is permitted to rely upon in its case in chief. Okay, so a lot of legalese. What does all that mean? Well, basically the prosecution is saying, look, there are a lot of filings and issues that need to be resolved before trial, which, by the way, I will get into. But essentially, the government is saying on the current schedule, there's not enough time to sort all this out. And even though Sean Combs has a right to a speedy trial that's enshrined in the Sixth Amendment, protects against undue or unreasonable delays in criminal cases, even though Combs has that right, the prosecution argues it doesn't mean we have to disclose certain aspects of this case prematurely. We shouldn't have to turn over things earlier than we would in other federal cases, and it's too premature for us to disclose certain things before we even resolve some important pretrial issues. Because then, if we did that, the disclosures wouldn't even make sense, or maybe they don't apply anymore. By the way, I gotta say this, I hope that you know when it comes to our coverage of
crazy,
stories,
y'all.
particularly the Diddy one, we don't put
Diddy done got himself in a bunch of trouble. It could be over soon.
Journalists and
You know what I'm saying?
disclosures are. The
May
prosecution
right around the
proposed
corner.
a revised timetable. So they want to move up the current pretrial motion schedule by about 2 weeks. In other words, January 31st, 2025, pretrial motions, February 14th, 2025 for oppositions, and February 21st, 2025 for replies. The defense has taken a different position. They want the current schedule as it's laid out. And they want the government to disclose certain things basically ASAP, basically now. They write, the defense objects to a modification of the existing pretrial schedule, which has been set for months. Defense counsel have planned around the existing schedule and are not in a position to file pretrial motions in just 4 weeks, and only 1 month after the close of discovery, which included thousands of pages of search warrant affidavits. Then they say, prosecution, don't worry about disclosing things too early to us. They say, look, we're going to move to dismiss these charges. We're going to move to suppress evidence from coming into trial because we say the evidence was obtained unlawfully by authorities. And even if we're successful and the scope of the criminal case is narrowed, the defense says this would simply make any trial disclosures over-inclusive. There's no danger there. The defense argues the risk that Mr. Combs will be deprived of a fair trial.
Man, listen. I gotta give Diddy defense team they just do, man. They is trying every trick in the book, you know what I'm saying, to get Diddy some leeway, man. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he's paying them, they most definitely deserve it, man. Hey, man. Whew.
Is far greater than the de minimis risk of over-inclusive disclosures on the part of the government. Meaning, Combs has a right to have the government disclose everything now. If it's too much, if it's over-inclusive, because, you know, the case is whittled down later on, so be it. There's not a much danger there as opposed to he has a right to know everything at this point. And they also say, you know what?
Yeah,
we may not even file any pretrial motions in the end. In which case, these disclosures from the prosecution, they shouldn't really depend on this motion schedule at all.
Steve says still going down no matter what they do.
What are we even talking about? What has to be exchanged here? Well, that's what I'm going to get into next. So the letter talks about that. So first, we have something called an enterprise letter that the government proposes filing. Now, an enterprise letter, quote, will set out the specific acts and conduct underlying the racketeering conspiracy charged in the indictment. So what we're talking about is providing Combs and his lawyers more information, more particular notice of the specific objects of the charged racketeering conspiracy, including, to the extent possible, the dates, times, places,
they come with the paperwork every time.
Racketeering act. And by the way, that is something that Combs attorneys have been asking for quite some time. They want to know
money
more
run
specifics.
A marathon.
They want to know how they can properly defend Sean Combs. They need to know the specifics of these different acts. And you know, the racketeering charge in the indictment.
Mr. B say he might end up broke but free, huh? I guess so, man. I'm just saying, they doing their thing as far as, you know, they're in the courtroom actions to try to get Diddy off or try to get Diddy some leeway. That's all I was saying. Amar say no matter how much I hate these charges against Diddy, they gotta be fair and give this man due process and fair trial. So they gotta hand over things in a timely manner. Let's go. They're gonna definitely drain the account. Okay, Diamond, let's keep going.
It has a number of underlying acts: kidnapping, forced labor, sex trafficking, bribery. The idea again is there was a criminal enterprise controlled by Sean Combs that engaged in all sorts of illicit activity, and there was a criminal agreement amongst Combs and others to further this enterprise, to violate the racketeering laws. But so far, the government really hasn't explained each instance. Who are the alleged victims? Who are the witnesses? What's the description of these events?
All right, Jalen, see you later, big dog. Take care of yourself.
So the government is saying, we will produce that to you, but we are planning on producing that on March 7th, 2025. So that's 8 weeks before trial. And that will include the court's rulings on pretrial motions, like what evidence will come in. So basically, the prosecution is saying, we really can't produce this enterprise letter and be accurate about the case until we know which way the court is going to rule on key pieces of evidence. The prosecution says defense counsel's proposal that the enterprise letter be filed prior to pretrial motions is contrary to the practice in this district and inefficient, given that pretrial motions could impact the substance of the letter. So again, they're saying them laying out their entire case and what they have, it's too premature. The court has to work out other issues before we can submit the letter. And the government argues that Combs isn't playing fair. Quote,
Make sure
the
y'all
defendant was arrested.
Make sure y'all subscribing to the channel, man. We on the road to 20K. Man, it look like we need one more subscriber to be at 19.4K subscribers, man. Somebody subscribes. A whole bunch of people in here that haven't been here, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's get it to 19.4K on our quest to 20K, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me get y'all back over here.
September 2024, and the trial date was set at the defendant's insistence for May 5th, 2025, a span of fewer than 8 months. The defendant is trying to have his cake and eat it too here by insisting on a speedy trial, but also insisting on deadlines in cases with much longer timelines. And by the way, speaking of the defense, here is their position on the Enterprise letter. They write, quote, Mr. Combs is at a significant disadvantage. Defense counsel still do not understand the contours of the government's allegations, including who the government even considers a victim, and have repeatedly asked for assistance from the government. Unless and until the government is required to make trial disclosures, the defense will remain ignorant of the evidence it is required to meet. The result will be a fundamentally flawed trial. Accordingly, Mr. Combs proposes that the government file its Enterprise letter by February 1st, 2025. So that is less than a month away. That's just a few weeks away. So that is one.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. With as public as everything is in this Diddy case, man, it's gonna be hard for him to get a quote-unquote fair trial. It's not, the jury pool to me is most definitely tainted because I feel like it ain't too many people in the world that ain't heard of what he's allegedly done. It's on all news stations. It's everywhere. What mistakes exactly, Mr. B? Too bad for Diddy. Didn't he know that if you do the crime, well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to do the time.
Disclosure issue in this letter. Also in the letter, we move on to notices
just like Bill and Kales. Let's go, Miss Fat.
Expert witnesses and rebuttal expert witnesses. So here, the prosecution is proposing that all parties, the prosecution and the defense, provide notice of their experts about 8 weeks before trial, March 7th, 2025, and rebuttal experts, if there are any, 2 weeks later, by March 21st. So
Chantel say, well, karma is a big. Let go, Chantel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Because opposing sides need time to vet the reliability and the relevance of expert witnesses. In the law, we call that the Daubert standing or briefing on Daubert. Now, the prosecution says here's the problem. Combs' lawyers have indicated they are not going to provide their notice of who their experts are until the prosecution first provides their experts. And the prosecution says that's inefficient. It won't provide them enough time to file challenges.
Already,
and that is
Chantel, thank you.
with how things are done here. And speaking of the defense, they say, yeah, prosecution, you know what? You should present notice of your experts by March 7th, 2025. Then we'll provide notice of our experts for the first time on March 21st, 2025. And then
absolutely, let's go, Mr. B. He says, if you guys remember, Mahel covered it. The stuff the feds took and how they handled it could come back and help Diddy. Just saying, yeah, when they took his books, you know, basically took pictures of his of him and what his attorneys and the strategy was. The state kind of overstepped their boundaries and got into that attorney-client privilege situation to where the prosecution was able to know how the defense was going to fight the case, man. And that's completely against the law. Yeah, so it could come back to bite the prosecution in the end.
You can provide your rebuttal experts on March 28th. And despite the prosecution's argument, the defense is saying this is consistent with how things are done and what the federal rules of criminal procedure say. And there's a special rule about that. Perhaps both sides will debate on if the defense has to disclose their experts, only if the defense first requests the same from the government. It gets a little complicated, but it's going to be a back and forth about when exactly the defense has to submit their experts to the prosecution because, again, both sides need time to prepare challenges to those experts. From there, we have something called 404B 413 notice. So this is about evidence of other crimes or acts or wrongs that were committed by Sean Combs that may be used to show things like motive or lack of action.
They're going to go to the civil trial.
And also, this concerns evidence of other sexual assaults. So basically what we're talking about is what the government plans to introduce and for what purpose and how they will introduce it. And the prosecution plans to provide notice of this by March 7th. Combs' team says the government should have to disclose this by February 1st. Okay, so you get back and forth about what the date will be. From there, we have something
Shout
called
out to everybody
motions
that's
in limine.
subscribing
So
to the channel, man. Most definitely at 19.4K. Continue to subscribe, y'all. We on the road to 20K.
Jury will never hear about this. For example, something might be too prejudicial, or maybe it's not relevant, or maybe it was obtained through illegal means and can't come in and needs to be suppressed. So the prosecution is asking for all parties to file their motions by March 21st, oppositions to those motions by April 4th. The defense has put forward a different timetable. They are asking for both parties to file their motions by April 1st and oppositions by April 11th. They say unless the government makes disclosures earlier, we just can't be prepared to file motions in limine by their timeline. In other words, how can we know exactly what needs to be excluded or what we want to be excluded from trial unless the government provides us some disclosures about their case? And then from there, we move on to another section of the letter discussing 3500 material. So that's about statements and reports of government witnesses, including their attorneys. The government wants to produce all that by March 21st under an attorney eyes only designation, probably to make sure that no information about the witnesses is leaked before the trial, and also only in an attorney's possession designation so Combs can review that material in April. And the government highlights that there is a need for this because of allegations of witness tampering and obstruction on the part of Combs. We've talked about these allegations before, that Combs allegedly, including while locked up at the MDC, had tried to reach out to witnesses and victims in this case.
Shout out to my British cousin.
The defense says, no.
We
want the government to disclose this 3,500 material.
I know we big Britain, we big in the UK.
And they argue otherwise, the government could potentially be withholding exculpatory information from the defense until March 21st. That's not fair. When we're talking about exculpatory evidence, this is favorable evidence to the defense. And by the way, more specifically, in the letter, this is what the defense argues regarding victim one in this case, who we believe is Cassandra Ventura.
That's who it is.
Girlfriend. She filed that initial lawsuit.
Cassie is most definitely victim one in the prosecution's star witness, I guarantee it.
Against him in 2023. That got the ball rolling on all of the other lawsuits and potentially the criminal charges. So they write in this letter, for instance, the government appears to take the view that information undermining certain claims by victim one need not be disclosed promptly.
Red Hunter, I'm just saying, yeah, imagine
rather
that.
Than
Diddy call you on the phone,
and
tell
therefore should not be disclosed until the 3,500 deadline. Basically, the government is saying, look, this evidence doesn't prove Combs didn't commit the crimes that he's charged with, but it's evidence that can be used by the defense when they cross-examine victim one when she takes the stand at trial. In other words, there's no reason for us to present this kind of evidence to you earlier than what we're proposing. But the defense writes, this overlooks the fact that evidence that undermines her claims also undermines the government's theory of the case and the criminal allegations, making them affirmatively exculpatory. It also minimizes the time required to make effective use of the withheld information. Of course, regardless of whether information qualifies as exculpatory or impeachment, it must be disclosed in time for its effective use at trial. And the defense continues, moreover, because the government continues to refuse to identify who it views as a victim, also means that the government is also failing to meet its Brady and Giglio obligations with respect to any other alleged victim. Requiring Mr. Combs to follow up on all exculpatory evidence in the 6 weeks before trial is unconstitutionally burdensome. 3,500 material should also not be produced with an attorney eyes only designation, particularly if the court adopts the government's proposal to delay disclosure of such material until March 21st, 2025. Defense counsel will need Mr. Combs' assistance to properly review the material and prepare for trial. Now, finally, the parties they agree for once. They agree about the witness and exhibit list. The prosecution proposes submitting that list 3 weeks before trial, April 14th, 2025. They say earlier than that doesn't make sense because those motions in limine excluding evidence or arguments won't have been decided yet, and that will affect who or what the government will present. They say the defense can present its list by April 25th, 2025, so that's 1 week in advance of trial. The defense agrees to both. And then both the prosecution and the defense agree to April 11th as the deadline for the jury questionnaire forms. So those are sent out to prospective jurors across the jurisdiction, starts the whole jury selection process on who will be called into court for further questioning and examination. And also
I don't
both
think
sides
so,
agree to
Skin.
April
I don't
25th
think
as
so.
the
I don't
deadline
think he
for
got
requests to
bail.
charge or voir
I
dire.
could
That's
be
in the
wrong, though.
specific process for selecting the jury, and also proposed verdict forms to be submitted. So in the end, what do you see here? You see a little gamesmanship, you see a little strategy, a little practical difficulties all at play here. Remember, it is the prosecution's burden. The defense arguably wants to trip them up, right? They don't want them to be as prepared as possible, trying to take any advantage they can. So it will be interesting to see if Judge Subramanian issues a written order on each of these deadlines, or will actually hold a hearing in advance of this timetable to sort this all out. And you also have to wonder if the difficulty centers around a trial that is right around the corner. So maybe in order to resolve a number of these issues, could the trial date change? Maybe. I haven't even discussed a potentially superseding indictment against Sean Combs with new or amended charges.
Man, I tell y'all what, if they put any of those ones from the silver suits involving them youngsters, Diddy can hang it up. It's over. What's up, happiness, wellness, love? Yeah, man, he can hang it up. It'll be most definitely over. Seems kind of rare to not get bail before you prosecute it. Man, they doing that to a lot of people. They ain't letting them out. They don't want to let you out when you facing like a life sentence. They scared you will flee.
That could throw off the entire trial date too. So we're a little bit in, shaky territory. We'll see what happens, but we will continue to follow more updates for you in this case as it develops. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining.
All right, so we got updates on Diddy, as well as his court dates, his pre-trial dates, as well as his trial date. So it'll be it's gonna be something to tune into. I predict that the Diddy trial will be the trial of this century, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a big deal. It's already a big deal. Look at all the information that's done came out, and they keep on supplying it every day, man. But like I said before, I think it's gonna be hard for him to get a quote-unquote fair trial from all the publicity that this case has gotten. It's on every news station, all over social media, Instagram, X, everywhere you can think of. People are seeing the Diddy situation and forming their own opinion. Y'all know he could be guilty in the court of public opinion, rather than the real courtroom. But at the same time, public opinion weighs heavy because some of the jurors will most definitely be some of the public. Continue to step on that like button, man. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, subscribe if you new. This is Everything News. I'm bringing y'all all the news you can use right here in one place. Man, ain't nobody else doing it like this, man. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so we got another situation going, man, with that guy Jay-Z and Tony Busby. Y'all know you can't talk about Diddy without talking about Jay-Z, because right now they going hand in hand. They on a case together. It wasn't long ago we heard Jay-Z distanced himself from Diddy by saying they are not friends, more like business associates. Stop saying that they homeboys, because they not. Hey, that's what Jay-Z said, not what I said, but it most definitely happened. All right, so Jay-Z just made a power move in this situation, man. It's looking like he may be able to get his case thrown out due to the statute of limitations or the inconsistencies in the woman's story that accused him of basically touching her one night after the VMAs with Diddy, man. You know what I'm saying? So, like always, gotta ship right back over here. Let's get exactly what's going on with that guy Jay-Z, man, and Tony Busby. Let's go. Y'all know they in a full-out war. Diddy's legal team versus Tony Busby made the best lawyer win, because, man, they is throwing all kind of punches and body blows right now. Let's check it out.
It's another twist in the legal showdown between Jay-Z and attorney Tony Busby. The two have been going back and forth in the court system and on social media after Busby filed an amended lawsuit on behalf of his client, accusing the 99 Problems rapper of raping a 13-year-old girl with Diddy back in
This is for
2000, both of
educational
which have
purposes
denied
only.
the allegation. But the accusation alone has Jay-Z and his
How
team.
y'all feeling about Jay-Z, man? You know what I'm saying? Does he have a better chance getting out this whole situation than Diddy does? I think he do, you know, due to the inconsistencies in the story, you know, and he ain't got a lot of accusers that then came out to accuse him like Diddy. But hey, man, anything's possible. But let's go.
Fighting back. First, he vehemently denied the allegation on the Rock Nation social media page and claimed Busby was extorting him for money, while also throwing shots at Busby, calling him a deplorable human, saying the Texas attorney has no honor or dignity, and he's just an ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. Meanwhile, Busby responded saying Jay-Z was bullying and harassing him and the plaintiff in that case, while maintaining he'd let the matter settle itself in court. But now in a new lawsuit, a Texas man is claiming Jay-Z's lawyers are bribing people to sue Busby and his law firm. His 13-page lawsuit was filed on January 3rd in Harris County, Texas, and the plaintiff in the filing is being represented by none other than Busby's law firm, who filed the suit on his
behalf. Now, this comes after Jay-Z team exposed Tony Busby for allegedly trading actual favors for lawyer representation. Basically said that he was out there spreading diseases, you know, according to Busby's ex-wife. You know, so they saying that Jay-Z is paying some of the witnesses, paying some of Busby's ex-clients to turn on him, which we went over before, but they went back to it again, you know, and kind of broke it down. Let's check it out.
Behalf. Now, Jose Maldonado, who is the plaintiff in this suit, is suing Jay-Z's attorneys and his company Rock Nation, but not Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z himself. According to the lawsuit, the defendants in this suit are Marcy Bryan Croft, her law firm MJ Legal, Rock Nation, and the law firm who is representing Jay-Z, Quinn Emanuel Urquhart and Sullivan. They allege the defendants conspired to obstruct justice by engaging in shadowy operatives to illegally get more than 24 current and former clients of Busby's law firm to turn around and sue them. The suit claims Rock Nation is financing this alleged effort, while attorneys Marcy Croft and the law firm.
Ain't this kind of like what Tory Lanez said when it comes to Jay-Z now, man? You know what I'm saying? They be doing the most, man. Jay-Z team ain't backing down, man. You know, from nothing. But Tony Busby is alleging that they be bribing people, you know, to basically come up with fake stories on him.
Firm Quinn Emanuel are orchestrating this whole thing. According to the suit, the defendants' agents were pretending to work for the state of Texas and allegedly flashed fake badges, which the suit says wasn't very smart or careful, but also illegal. The suit states the defendants' agents offered as much as $10 grand to a former client to sue the Busby law firm, but the so-called agents were allegedly caught on audio tape red-handed. The suit claims attorney Marcy Croft, who is a lawyer but also a member of Team Rock, was orchestrating that whole effort. Then in another recording, those agents were describing in great detail the alleged criminal conspiracy. The suit claims they went so far to admit the lawsuits would be reported in the press, and some former clients already accepted money to join that alleged effort. As I mentioned, Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, isn't named as a defendant in the lawsuit. However, the suit claims Rock Nation and Jay-Z are synonymous, given the mogul is the founder and chairman. The lawsuit acknowledges Busby's law firm filed the rape lawsuit against Jay-Z in New York federal court, and as a result, Jay-Z sued Busby's law firm in Los Angeles state court. But the suit claims while all of that legal back and forth was going on, Jay-Z's attorneys who represent himself and his Rock Nation denied in open court and in the press their involvement in the alleged scheme. I want to give a huge thanks to you, our viewers, and our amazing sponsors.
That's crazy, man. Saying they trying to pay them people off, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's looking bad.
Used him as a pawn. He alleges on behalf of Marcy Croft, 2 people attempted to contact him many times and went so far as to go to what they believed to be Maldonado's home. Instead, they went to his dad's house and allegedly identified themselves as federal officers. After realizing they were at the wrong home, they continued to contact Maldonado.
Now remember, they had recordings. They had these people on recordings who came with these badges pretending to be detectives trying to talk to Tony Busby's ex-clients, you know, into which they recorded them trying to bribe them with money to basically flip on Tony Busby. Boy, this is crazy.
Maldonado. And Maldonado claims they were pushy. Once they got in touch with him, he claims those individuals said they were with the state and they were putting together a lawsuit on behalf of Marcy Croft and the company she worked for. The suit alleges Croft said she would assign Maldonado's case to someone who could get him a lot of money. Instead, Maldonado contacted the Busby law firm, and now they're suing for solicitation and civil conspiracy. In a statement to the Houston Chronicle, Busby said, quote, "The conduct alleged by Mr. Maldonado is illegal and unethical. We know investigators have gone all over the United States illegally contacting our former clients to try to entice them with money to sue our firm. According to Mr. Maldonado, we now know who is behind this effort. We won't be intimidated nor deterred in our important work. I expect more lawsuits will follow as we continue to hear former clients report this egregious conduct," end quote. But Marcy Croft fired back against the allegations, saying the lawsuit reeks of desperation. She also told the Houston Chronicle, quote, "For over 25 years, I've dedicated my career to exposing and dismantling networks of fraud and manipulation. I didn't ask to be a part of this fight, but now that he's dragged me into it, he should know that I'm not someone who backs down. Mr. Busby should be worried. Truth and justice are on my side, and I have every intention of holding him accountable." It doesn't seem like the back and forth between Tony Busby and Jay-Z and his attorneys are slowing down anytime soon. So let's bring on attorney and litigator Rich Schoenstein to get his take on this. Rich, always great to see you. What's your reaction to this lawsuit?
Gene Simmons never got sued. I heard people are evil, wicked nowadays. Be careful who you hang around. I hear you,
Tony Busby and the lawyers who are purportedly representing Jay-Z, especially Quinn Emanuel. There's been some litigation already, and now this is a new suit down in Texas that to some extent is kind of a sideshow, right? The main question are still these really salacious claims against Sean Combs and against Jay-Z and potentially against other people about what happened. And now there's all this stuff between the attorneys that is very interesting for a guy like me, but maybe a little less interesting to others. I don't know.
And why do you think, Busby didn't name Sean Carter, aka
Give me some Whack 100 money, you know what I'm saying? Lukey, if you think I look like Whack 100, that's fine. Give me some Whack 100 money. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you subscribe to the channel, support the channel via Super Chat or Super Sticker. Homeboy, why you come here trying to be funny? You come here up under your real picture. Let's see who you look like.
Jay-Z specifically, and said the suit named Roc Nation as a defendant, but the suit also claims that Roc Nation is kind of financing this whole alleged scheme.
When I read a complaint like this, and I read the whole thing, I never know if it's true. I don't know if anything in this is true or not, and I make no judgment because I'm not in a position to make a judgment. But even assuming what he alleges is true, he has a problem connecting it all the way up the chain. He has this attorney who he says is down in Texas trying to get clients of Busby to pursue malpractice claims against him. And then he says she's working with Roc Nation and Quinn Emanuel. And he has some examples of her working with them, but on projects that are wholly unrelated to this matter. So he's already got a problem, even if he can prove that she did something wrong, connecting that up to Quinn Emanuel and then up to Roc Nation. It would be another step to connect it further to the owners of that company.
And, it was interesting kind of reading through that lawsuit as well, too, because, the plaintiff in this case claims that he was a pawn. But in your opinion, do you think in a way he's also being used as a pawn through the Busby law firm?
Well, that's a really interesting way of putting it. He is a piece at play, pawn or rook or I don't know what piece. And yeah, it sounds like if you accept everything that's alleged in the complaint is true, then what he's saying is these people came down to me at Texas and tried to get me to sue Busby for malpractice. And they offered me money and they lied to me and they told me they were affiliated with the government and they told me Busby was going down and they gave me all this misinformation to try to solicit me to sue my lawyers. And then you're absolutely right. Now, Busby is using that person to be a plaintiff against the others. because he probably doesn't have standing to bring a direct claim in that regard. I'm not sure he can sue this other lawyer, Marcy Croft, for going after his clients. I'm not sure he would have a claim for that. So he's using his client to do that part of it.
And what do you also make of kind of this allegation that all of this was caught on this audio recording? Do you think that this audio recording is going to be kind of like, you know, the nail that hit the head, or kind of like this damning proof that they claim it to be in this lawsuit? But what are your thoughts on this alleged recording as well, too?
So it's interesting. I've been in cases where there are audio recordings, and the decision is always, when do you mention it? Because I've been in cases where you don't say anything about the audio recording. You let the other party swear up, down, and sideways that they didn't do it, and then you play the tape, right? That's one way to do it. So coming forward in a complaint and saying that we have these audio recordings, remember, this is all, you know, not just litigation. This is all also publicity. So I think the reason it's in this complaint is to tell the world, take these allegations seriously. We have them on tape. I've also found in my travels that audio tapes don't always sound like exactly what the party proffering them thinks they sound like.
Yeah, and it seems like this kind of legal back and forth between Tony Busby and Jay-Z. It seems that, you know, Busby has mentioned that, or said that he believes that Jay-Z is harassing and bullying him. But in this, when it comes to this particular lawsuit, Busby mentioned in his statement to the Houston Chronicle that he expects.
What's crazy is Busby is trying to allege the same thing that Jay-Z was saying that Busby was trying to do with him. Man, it's crazy. Jay-Z and Busby are at war right now, man. Lord have mercy.
More lawsuits will come out as they keep hearing former clients report this alleged conduct. What do you kind of make of that? While Marcy Croft, who seems to kind of be at the center of this suit, said this lawsuit reeks of desperation.
We need 20 more people on that like button,
so
man.
I don't know if there'll be more lawsuits or not. I mean, didn't Busby say he had 120 clients? Back, right? So he hasn't filed 120 lawsuits. He hasn't filed anywhere near 120 lawsuits. I don't know if that's because he's strategically sequencing them, or maybe he's resolved some of them. I don't know. That would be possible. Or he's decided not to bring some of them. So I'm only going to go by what is actually filed in court. I can't speculate if he has other clients who are willing to be chess pieces.
It just seems like it's a puzzle and a game that just won't stop. You know, in the past, we've seen Jay-Z's attorneys also fire off some written responses, lots of motions, but that was slammed by a federal judge because of their attacks on Busby. Do you think they'll continue to kind of go with that aggressive tactic, or kind of change up their strategy going forward?
I think you're always augmenting your strategy, but, you know, Quinn Emanuel is one of the top tier law firms in the United States, and they're excellent at litigation. They're highly aggressive, so it's no surprise, and they'll make every motion they think they need to make. They'll bring every claim they think they need to bring.
Yeah, man, you just gotta pay attention, man. It's a lot of information being passed along.
At the same time, if you start getting shot down by a judge, most lawyers will change their approach a little bit, at least with that particular judge. So we'll see. But I expect them to be very aggressive. They and Busby are really butting heads here, making it rather personal in a way that detracts from the real issues in the case, but it is what it is.
And in your opinion, how do you see this even being litigated at this point? Or do you even see this happening anytime soon?
Well, I mean, you have a mess, Elizabeth. So we have the important complaints are the people who allege that they're victims of sexual abuse and discrimination. Those complaints are coming in the federal courts, and they need to be litigated. And of course, you have criminal proceedings against Sean Combs, and that needs to be litigated. And that's going to be at the front of the line, because you're going to do the criminal proceeding first, and then you've got these civil proceedings, and then you have these sideshow claims by people suing Busby, and Busby suing Quinn Emanuel, and now this guy Jose Maldonado suing a bunch of people, including Quinn Emanuel. They'll all move at different paces. This latest one is filed in state court in Harris County, Texas. I don't practice there regularly. I've had cases down there. I don't know how quickly it'll move compared to anything else, but it's a mess of litigation. What would take years to get through if it all goes all the way to verdict.
And talk to me really also about civil conspiracy and solicitation. What are the defendants kind of looking at if they are being held liable for those claims?
Well, that's interesting. And so again, this is Texas law, which is not my expertise. They are claiming that in Texas, barratry is illegal. Barratry is essentially the solicitation of a client to bring a lawsuit. And different states have different rules on the extent to which you can advertise, you can reach out to clients, you can suggest lawsuits. And I don't know what the current state of Texas law is, but I will accept the proposition that it is to some extent illegal down in Texas. I mean, that's a lot to consider, but he's got to prove that they did something illegal. He has to show that he had a private right of action to pursue it, and he has to show damages.
All right, it's a lot to kind of consider, and I feel like, I've kept on mentioning that it doesn't seem like anything is going to be slowing down anytime soon. Rich, I want to thank you so much for your insight into this and kind of breaking all of this down for us. Really quickly, before we sign you off, is there anything else about this suit that you'd like to add?
Not about this particular suit. I mean, this is a growing mass of litigation. The underlying lawsuits, to me, are the really important things that need to be figured out, because there is some very horrible, egregious conduct alleged in these cases. I don't know if that's true either, right? None of us really know what's true and what's not true. So that needs to be sorted out. Some of these allegations by the attorneys against each other, I sort of am dismissive of them. I've referred to them as sideshows, but actually, if some of it is true, it would be troubling. Some of the allegations about the way Busby has gone about looking for clients are troubling. These allegations about what this lawyer was doing down in Texas to contact his clients, if true, would be troubling. So it's a lot, Elizabeth.
It's a lot and super messy, and I guess we'll kind of have to wait and see how this all continues to play out from here. Rich, I want to thank you so much again for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. See you soon.
At this time, Rock Nation and the lawyers at Quinn Emanuel have not publicly responded to the lawsuit, but they previously denied Busby's allegations. Reporting for Law and Crime.
So you see that Busby and Jay-Z legal team are locked at the horns like battling rams, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of legal moves. This one saying this one doing this, that one saying that one doing that, and it's just they is most definitely in a battle. And just like I said about the Diddy situation, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Jay-Z situation, man. Because him and Tony Busby ain't leaving out nothing. They doing everything they can to make the other one look horrible. I'm just saying, we stay up late, so we need extra man, I don't know what you talking about, but we're gonna let you make it. But anyway, yeah, man, so the latest in breaking on the Jay-Z Tony Busby situation, man. My outcome for the BuzzFeed JC cases, Buddy One wins with his client Jay-Z and face criminal charges at the edge. All right, bet. What's up with it, Bob? All right. So we done went through the Diddy meltdown. We went through Corey Pritchett, being on the run. We went and looked up Trump on California, where he was blaming the governor, and we just checked out the Jay-Z power move, you know what I'm saying? Within this whole situation he got going on with Tony Busby. All right, well, in the New Orleans attack, They most definitely gave some updates on that. Let's go here to check out some of the updates of the things they have come across since they've been investigating what took place in New Orleans. With old dude that ran over people in the crowd and planted those IEDs, man. The world is going crazy.
Thanks for watching. I'm Katie Moore.
And I'm Cherie Skipson. 1 week after the Bourbon Street terror attack, the New Orleans City Council held its first hearing on the city's security preparations leading up to the incident.
The city's top cop declined to answer questions about the NOPD and how they protected the city, but announced the NOPD is bringing in a high-profile consultant to help the department moving forward. Paul Murphy's joining us live outside City Hall with that story. Paul?
Well, today's hearing was just the beginning of the City Council's review of the terror attack. The meeting was more of a dialogue than an investigation, but the City Council is clearly trying to determine those security gaps that existed prior to the attack and how to prevent something like this from happening again. The joint meeting of the City Council's Public Works and Criminal Justice Committees comes just 1 week after the Bourbon Street attack. 42-year-old Samsud Din Jabbar drove a truck into revelers in the French Quarter, killing 14 and injuring 30 more.
This tragedy has reminded us of the importance of unity.
The New Orleans City Council, you know what I'm saying, talking about the attack that Jabbar put on down there in New Orleans.
Security decisions prior to the attack, such as why a single police SUV was used to block the entrance to Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve, the lack of secondary defenses, which allowed Jabbar to drive unimpeded for 3 blocks, and ongoing efforts to install security barriers that may not stop a large speeding vehicle.
And I do believe it is important to look back and figure out what gaps were there so that we don't have those gaps continuing.
NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick appeared before the council, but declined to answer any direct questions about the attack.
I am and will answer any
See you later,
questions
Tina. We'll see you tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. 12 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow, Tina. We'll be back. Good night.
Of our actions.
Chief Kirkpatrick announced she has asked former New York City and Los Angeles Police Commissioner William Bratton to help the NOPD.
He did agree that he would come forward and serve not only as my expert on how to hard target our city, but he is here to serve all of us.
New Orleans residents also gave comments on how the city should proceed in the aftermath of the terror attack.
We've got to build the infrastructure as a community, as a city, that prevents it from ever happening. And that means bullards, that means traffic calming, that means restricting who can go through these crowded spaces.
The sister of Latasha Polk, who was killed in the attack, is pressing the city to turn words into action.
They make all of these great plans. We actually like to see them implemented so that the preventative measures are taken.
Homeland Security Director Colin Arnold was noticeably absent at the hearing.
There's one department that's missing here that may have the answers, Mr. Chair, that you're looking for. And that department is the Department of Homeland Security.
City Council Vice President J.P. Morrell will be chairing a separate committee looking at the factors leading up to the tragedy. They include
I don't know, Deborah. I don't know why they didn't have it already in place.
What equipment was in storage and not being used at the time, and ultimately who should be held accountable for the security gaps. We're live at New Orleans City Hall. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, so basically we finding out that New Orleans is holding the feds and everybody else feet to the fire. You know, the city council is pretty upset.
Thank you so much. And as you can imagine, the city is still grappling with the New Year's Day terrorist attack while still trying to safely prepare for upcoming events. In the wake of the attack, Mardi Gras has now been upgraded under the Department of Homeland Security to the highest level of security. That means more federal resources will be deployed. Council Vice President J.P. Morrell says experts from the federal government will help with security and give input on how carnivals should be run. He says that will very likely lead to significant changes.
They're going to have suggestions on how to change it. We don't know what those are yet, but it will change Mardi Gras. And that could lead to routes being different. It could lead to routes being shorter. I doubt it will lead to routes being longer.
They trying to take precaution,
the way things are,
to keep the city safe during Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl.
Morrell says Endymion may be one of those routes that have to change. He says Endymion is challenging because the route is completely different than other parades that same day. He says with the new distinction, they'll likely have to make sure they have enough resources to secure multiple routes. And turning to the investigation of the terrible New Year's attack on Bourbon Street, our team at WWL Louisiana has uncovered exclusive new images and video footage of the terrorism suspect Shamsuddin Jabbar.
Investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein's been following the evidence trail as the FBI pulls it all together.
The latest breaking in the New Orleans attack, the new evidence that they have and videos and all
New
that.
evidence was discovered by one of our producers, Tori Josie, and it comes from publicly available Earth Cam videos that are normally viewed for fun during Carnival and other celebrations. Now we see chilling images of the man that the FBI says killed 14 people and injured more than 30 others during his murderous vehicle rampage down Bourbon Street. This first video shows Jabbar during one of 2 trips to New Orleans when he apparently scouted his target area. You can see him slowly riding a bicycle across a busy intersection of Bourbon Street on Halloween.
He on a bicycle, that's him right there.
Wearing those meta glasses that he used to record his ride. And here's a still picture showing Jabbar on Halloween riding in a more residential stretch of the quarter. In these other
he
images,
was mapping it out, guys.
You can see Jabbar in the tan trench coat, first placing one of the bomb-filled coolers near Bourbon and Orleans. Here is a picture of the rolling type cooler where it eventually was found after apparently being moved by some revelers after Jabbar left it. And these exclusive photos from the EarthCam videos show where bystanders found the cooler and later moved it more than half a block. And here's Jabbar on the night of the attack, hand-carrying a second bomb contained in a round sports cooler, a shrapnel-filled type bomb he apparently left closer to Toulouse Street. Now, of course, thankfully, Jabbar never had a chance to detonate those bombs because he was killed in a shootout with New Orleans police after his deadly truck attack. The FBI is continuing to piece together any new information about the suspect, especially from his Halloween visit and a second visit on November 10th. Anyone who has seen Jabbar is asked to call or email the FBI. Katie and Cherise.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And here's a heads up for families affected by that Bourbon Street attack. The Family Assistance Center at Martin de Porres Parish School is now closed. Officials say it will not reopen. They say families in need of assistance can call the number on your screen for any help or resources you might need. It's 504-355-0846.
We need 6 more people to double tap that screen, man. We'll be at 350 on that like, man. All right, so we done with that, and we done with that. So now, you know what I'm saying, we went over everything. Now we back to the fires that's taking place in California, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what's going on before we get up out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? More on the latest news with these California fires, man. Yeah, California is most definitely on fire.
In fact, a lot of Hollywood celebrities have...
Man, they stuff low. Yeah, let's get out for you then. Let's go over here to
helping folks out. Fox 11's Ed Laskos continues our live team coverage right now. He is looking at the Palisades fire and has been on the move tonight. Ed.
And we're on the move in the Palisades now. Still a lot of active firefights going on here. Really some active ember casting and spot fires. Mikey will give you a look. 16,900 block here of Sunset across the Salerno Drive. The home in the foreground is gone. Nothing but rubble. On the backside, though, there's a little alleyway and another home back there. It is burning. Some of the engine companies came by most recently. LA City Engine 63. The firefighters went down there, checked it out, and said it's debris that's burning. It'll burn itself out, and they're not concerned about it at this point because there's no, as you can see the flames down there, you don't see a lot of those embers, those burning, glowing embers coming up. So that's the good news. That's not ember casting. Across the street, though, this is another part of those
this is
fires that they're dealing with. I know you got to swing around here in the darkness. This is live. This is what it looks like on the backside. It has been glowing, burning inside for the last couple of hours as we've been driving by. Now they've gotten some hose lines on it. You got a lot of that white smoke blowing up, and look how the smoke is blowing off to the side, back toward the ocean. Good good sign there as the wind's not as powerful as what we saw last night at this time. Remember that? My goodness. To the video, when we talk about the winds and we talk about the damage, Palisades, particularly the heart of the village, Pacific Palisades, and destruction, block after block. Some of the landmark areas here, like some of the grocery stores, the Gelson's, the Ralph's, the Starbucks, right in the center there, all gone, lost. And then a few blocks down along Swarthmore, block after block, home after home, all gone. It brought the big part of the controversy and maybe one of the big centers of that press conference that we had a couple of hours ago with LA Mayor and the top person over at LADWP, the concern, the allegations of the water pressure, the lack of water by firefighters last night at this time in their intense firefight with those winds blowing like crazy through the Palisades. Listen to some of what they say happened.
We're still continue working very closely with Metropolitan Water Department to try to make connections into the system and bring water pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire. And that's a very tough operational decision to make.
This is a time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelenos to come together, united, to protect themselves and their families and also each other.
What's up, guy?
Now live, part of the continuing firefight here in the Palisades. She was talking about the 3 huge water tanks they have here in the Palisades up in the mountain, and they use that to come down through gravity to fight the fires, to fight all the hydrants, and that was the big part of the fire. We got one of the firemen going over there, checking on the fire we were showing you about on the far side, making sure there's no embers. But the wind here, interesting, there's really not even much of a breeze right here in this part of Sunset. Down last hour on PCH, just north of Topanga, there was a very strong breeze blowing down there, very stiff wind actually. Here, not much at all. There's some more fire units coming, and basically they're just going block to block, as you can see, using their flashlights, using their big searchlights, checking on these spot fires, and if they look dangerous, they're hitting them fast.
Look like a movie, guys.
Here, but most of the damage, unfortunately, certainly when you go up that way into the village itself, you saw the video, most of the damage already done. But now we're live here in the Palisades. Let's go back to the west side.
Do we know, Ed, last night you were near Rick Caruso's property, the Villages itself. We saw a lot of the stuff around it burning. Do we know if the Villages itself survived?
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second. What did you say? I'm sorry.
The Caruso property that you were next to last night, the Villages, did that itself survive?
Yes, it did. Amazingly, we went driving back there because we were in the middle of that firefight last night, remember? And the gas stations on both sides, the 76 station, the Gelson's, that's all gone. But the Caruso property, the Village, that looks fine. With the lights were on it.
Forget getting water from a swimming pool, Deborah. California is close to the ocean. But they say they running out of water. I don't see how, but that's what they said.
The fire a couple of engines were around it. It survived. No damage that we could see, but everything around it incredible. Like, well, as we've been saying, looked like a bomb hit it right there in the village itself.
All right, Ed, we thank you so much. We're going to stick with our coverage in the Palisades. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She is there, and you earlier had showed us an entire church that had burned to the ground. Now, where are we?
Boy, California looking like hell.
We're in the same place, but it's an entirely different view because everything that was in the forefront of our picture in those earlier hours is gone. I mean, we've watched it fall piece by piece. Take a look at what's left. So you can see what's left of this church. This is the Community United Methodist Church of the Pacific Palisades. Utter destruction when you look at what is left here. So when we got here, there was a structure kind of in the front of this that was sort of blocking our view of this, but now you can very clearly see what's left. You can see these archways, the main part of this building, and just nothing but rubble. I mean, you have to think of the heat that would have caused this kind of destruction. It's really incredible, just remarkable. I mean, you've got these metal beams here that are just twisted and mangled. So much just destruction. I don't even know how to describe this. It just looks like a war zone.
California on fire,
these
guys.
Giant beams that have come down. We watched these collapse one by one. This looks like it was at one point a beautiful courtyard. That obviously the main part of the church itself. Over here we have some very large walls. We heard one of these coming down. It was a loud sound, huge crashing sound. It came out of nowhere. So obviously just smoldering for a long time and finally just couldn't stand the heat anymore. And we had an entire wall just collapse. It sounded like a big explosion, but not not an explosion like the
Absolutely,
canisters that
Red
we've
Hunter.
been hearing, more of like a concrete wall just collapsing in on itself. This metal gate that's gone. The only things that are going to be left standing, I think, are these, these stone structures, which have been untouched. I mean, obviously have burned, but are still holding steady. And you can see the damage also to these trees. I mean, look how high these flames got. Look all the way up here. I mean, that must have been incredible when that was burning. Just a wild scene to see. It's incredible. I was just looking on this church's Facebook page and on their website as well. They had just had the whole lineup of church services, Christmas services as well. You can see on their sign it says, "Join us for a joyful Christmas season," which it sounds like they had. Really shows you the stark difference between just a few days ago and what we're seeing now in terms of this incredible destruction. Let's walk a little bit further and show you some more of this. So again, we can see this. I mean, look at this huge beam that's down. I see what looks like a cross that's been burning right down here. There's a sign here that says the church office, that way, the sanctuary, and the preschool. And just look what we can see here. I mean, it's hard to even tell what any of this was. This was just such a powerful fire. I mean, it's just truly stunning. Now, this is right across the street from Palisades Charter Elementary, which we've been talking about pretty extensively. Obviously one of the schools that has been heavily damaged by fire. We can see it. And my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I've kind of taken a walk now, and we can see the damage. When we first got here, there was absolutely no light whatsoever. The only light that we could see was coming off of this building that was burning, this church that was burning. So really couldn't tell what was going on. And when we're looking at the building across the way, the facade looked fine. It didn't look like there was any damage at all. But now when we walk around the back, we can see some of the devastation at that school. And, that's part of the reason that LAUSD is now going to be closed for all students on all campuses tomorrow. And the destruction, just incredible. We're going to show you that in just a little bit. We'll walk across the street. But again, when you look at this, I mean, it just speaks to how incredible this damage is. As Ed was saying, you drive along Sunset Boulevard and you see home after home after home in situations like this. And again, there's no connectivity here. There's no cell service. There is no power, no electricity. So the only way that you're able to see us right now is because we have Starlink for the first time. That's why we're able to go live in what would otherwise be a dead zone. It's really incredible.
Man, that thing look like a bomb.
Look at what's left. Just nothing but the shell of all of this. It's just remarkable, Alex and Marla.
And we did learn from your report tonight and earlier from the LAUSD Superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, that Palisades Elementary did burn to the ground. Just to add to what you said, yes, we also learned, unfortunately, that Marquez Elementary, the other elementary school in the Pacific Palisades, also burned to the ground. If you want to find a silver lining in this, Palisades Charter High, that was 70% saved, so good news there. And Chelsea, we're just getting this word from CAL FIRE, by the way, so that you have the current numbers. They have updated the numbers. The Palisades fire has now burned more than 17,000 acres. The number is on your screen. It's 17,234 acres. CAL FIRE updating the numbers tonight.
I mean, not surprising when you look at this devastation, and I'm sure the structures, when we look at the number of the structures, I think it's 1,000 plus as of now, or that was at the latest count. I mean, it's going to be just so many. I mean, everywhere you drive, there's just neighborhoods that are completely flattened, home after home after home. The scope of this is it's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, for you today, driving in, because you obviously were with us late into the night, but you get a different sense of it during the daylight. When you got a sense of it today, driving around with the sun out, how did you process that?
Well, by the time we got here, so we started our day. Elliot and I started our day at the Evacuation Center in the Westwood area, the one on Sepulveda. So by the time we got here, it was actually pitch black. So our perspective is a little bit different in that we drove in the pitch black. So and all the lights are out. There's no traffic lights. There's absolutely no lights anywhere. All you can see is the glow from the fires that are burning all around these neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's right. And a reminder that evacuation center is the Westwood Rec Center, which yesterday didn't have a whole lot of people. Tonight was packed with people. And I know you said several of them were watching Fox 11 earlier. If they're still watching us tonight, we wish you well. And we're pulling for all of you, and we hope we all can come together to help all those folks. Chelsea Edwards, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. I've seen a lot of speculation online from folks that are talking about potential arson, concerns that there may be people going around setting fires. We don't have any official confirmation of that. I know people have different videos that they've posted as well that are concerned about things like that. We don't know in terms of the big major fires what started them. There are investigations into that, but be vigilant. If you see anybody doing anything suspicious, call it in and try to get fire crews out to those fires really quickly to make sure that we don't have more scenes like that.
Let's talk more about what is burned in the Palisades fire. Iconic places like this, Moon Shadows. I know a lot of you are familiar with it. The iconic oceanfront restaurant. It's been open since 1966.
Absolutely,
it has been destroyed in the Palisades fire. Of course, it's known for this. Its dining room perched over the water. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades. While representatives could not be reached, videos are going viral to heartfelt tributes from fans mourning the loss.
Along this stretch, just south of Dukes, are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PC.
Bad over there.
The iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
What's up, Vic?
That right there was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this video. Employees and patrons are sharing memories of the iconic spot, calling it a second home and a place for celebrations. One person said they visited weekly for years, while another recently rang in the new year there. Many are struggling to believe the loss of this cherished gathering place. Moon Shadows was more than a restaurant. It was part of Malibu's identity.
It's most definitely about
important news here. That fire danger means LA Unified closing all campuses tomorrow. Officials say flames destroyed parts of Palisades Charter. We talked about this. Marquez Charter Elementary. Important, though, that there is going to be grab-and-go lunch options. We know that 80% of the students in the LA Unified School District live in poverty. Many of them are dependent upon school lunches and, in some cases, school dinners to eat. So there are going to be grab-and-go setups tomorrow, similar to what we had during the pandemic. But the idea is to keep people off of campuses. You can get more information on all of this on the LAUSD website. Some other school closures to tell you about. All Glendale Unified School District schools, child care operations, and district offices will be closed for the rest of the week due to the Eaton fire. Pasadena Unified closed for the rest of the week as well because of the Eaton fire.
And lastly, Beverly Hills Unified also closed tomorrow, Thursday. They said that they will reassess come Friday, but tomorrow they are closing Beverly Hills Unified because of all of those impacted teachers and staff that won't be able to get to the actual classroom.
We know UCLA also closing down most of its campus tomorrow. Undergraduate classes canceled for the rest of the week. Graduate classes moving to virtual learning. So the bottom line message we hear from a lot of these officials, and a big reason why they're doing all this, is they really want to try to keep people off the roads if possible. So if you can stay home, if you can work from home, please do so, because we have traffic problems, we have road closures, and we need to keep those roads open for emergency crews to be able to get in and out.
Let's go to the Eaton fire. This is in Altadena near Pasadena. Laura Diaz, she is there with a new live report. Forgive me, Christy Pajardo. She is there with this live report. Christy?
Marla, where we're standing is proof that a different vantage point paints a much different picture. And when you last came out to me, we were on Lake and we were looking at Elliott Magnet Art School, and we could see the glow of flames.
That's the school behind them on fire.
You could not see the extent of the damage. We turned onto Calaveras, and this is what we saw. This part of the school has been completely gutted. This is a two-story building, but right now there is no roof and there's no floor separating the two stories. In fact, you can see right through the school, right through it. The windows are all blown out. And it is very heartbreaking to see this. And I looked this up. The school was actually built in 1931. It is a middle school.
Well, it's going to have to get rebuilt now. It's over.
They build themselves as an innovative school that is theater and art and draws children that love those things and makes school fun and makes them want to come to school. And right here we can see that the garden that the students have been growing has burned. But if we walk this way and pan to the right, the iconic tower is still standing. And according to the Altadena Historical Society, when this school was built, the students had the option of either getting a swimming pool or a tower, and they voted for this tower. Right now, the tower is still standing, but I'm seeing embers blowing through
the whole
two
school finna burn
windows
down.
there, so not clear the extent of the damage to the tower, but for the moment, it is standing. And as we were driving around the school, we could see that firefighters are staging in the back, and they are trying to defend what is left of the school. And what is so heartbreaking about this is also driving around this neighborhood, we know that many of these students not only lost their school, or at least part of their school, but also their homes. This neighborhood has been completely devastated and leveled. There is block after block where there are no longer any homes standing. And these middle schoolers also, if you think back, did not get a normal or average elementary school experience. They experienced the COVID shutdowns, and now their middle school experience won't be normal either. So it's just heartbreak on top of heartbreak for these students. And earlier today, about a couple of hours ago actually, there was a firefighter who sent out a picture on social media, and it showed a firefighter actually breaking into the auditorium of the school. And there were comments from people saying that they work here and that they are absolutely heartbroken to see what has happened to Elliott Arts Magnet School. That's the latest from Altadena. Let's send it back to you.
So
somebody asked why it's pausing so much, because they don't have a good signal there. They're having to use something else in order to be able to televise this. So that's why, you know, they on their backup internet, however it goes, whatever kind they got. They said it a while ago. I forgot what they said, but that's why.
And you think of probably all the students that have been there for so many years watching their school burn. Thank you, Christy, for that. This next guest is hopefully going to give you a little bit of hope about the best of humanity, because I love what he's doing. I just gave him a shout out and he was watching, and so I said, why don't you call in? And his name is Andrew Gruel. He's a chef. You see him often on Fox News Channel, and he's been on our show, The Issue Is, several times. He's based in Orange County, and he has been basically using his restaurant as a way to feed people and also collect donations for people as well. He joins us live on the phone. Chef, thanks so much for what you do. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you've been up to for the last 24 hours?
Certainly. Thank you so much for having me on, and also thank you all for the amazing coverage. Initially last night when we saw the fires pop up, I had just posted a note out there about coming to the restaurant if you needed a place to just eat, if you needed a place to be, as well as we would help and provide hot meals. And then behind the scenes, we're also offering up our house to people in the X DMs, if you will. But that grew to something bigger. We started having customers come into the restaurant asking, how can I help? What can I do? And we have been coordinating and communicating with a couple groups up in LA that were giving us specific lists of what they needed. So we had put some bins out front of the restaurant while we were cooking and setting up all these meals to bring up. And people just started showing up with truckloads, pallets. We actually had pallets sent in of water and products and formula, baby food, shoes, socks, jackets, blankets, every single thing you can imagine that they would need. And then guests started showing up and saying, we had one guy come up in his full Tesla truck. He would load his truck up and follow us up there. I mean, we took a caravan up there, multiple truckloads. We were up there for about 2.5, 3 hours, dropping off hot food. And by the time we got back, we already had 2 more truckloads that had been dropped off at the restaurant for us to start delivering back to various outlets in Los Angeles.
And we've talked about the Dream Center several times tonight. Earlier tonight, we actually interviewed Pastor Matthew Barnett on the air, and it looked like you stopped by the Dream Center.
Yes, the Dream Center right now is the primary outlet through which we're working and they're helping to distribute some of these products. We also dropped with the World Central Kitchen, all the hot meals, etc. And tomorrow we'll be doing the same. But what Matthew's doing over at the Dream Center, they're all volunteers. Everybody is so incredibly positive. It's funny, they got music playing outside, positive music, and there's just pallets of stuff being dropped. They're organizing, coordinating. And this was also in coordination, I should mention. It was Glenn Beck's nonprofit who had connected us together, and we knew Matthew as well. So this was just a great coming together of people. And, you know, like I said, right now I've probably got 300 messages of people that want to help, donate, send goods. We're receiving Amazon notifications left and right.
What's
we
up,
have people
Summer
dropping
Breeze?
stuff off at the restaurant no less than 15 minutes ago. And when I say stuff, I'm not talking about a bag of goods. I mean, we're like our own Walmart over there. It's unbelievable.
That's so cool.
So in other words, you've gotten hundreds and probably thousands of people saying yes, chef, to you, Andrew?
For the first time in my life, but I must say, my wife Lauren is the one who's doing all this with me. She's coordinating so much of this in the background, and we have our kids with us as well.
And then
so
we're watching them on the screen right now. Those are your kids. I don't know if you've got a monitor, but those are your kids working.
Yep, well, those are the kids working. Those are my kids, just so they don't think I kidnapped
This
somebody.
is the fires in California, guys.
It's okay if it's your kids, right?
But it's like, this is the first time that they actually have behaved really well, so we think we're going to keep this up for at least another week or two, just so that they're on their best behavior.
Well, thank you so much for all that you're doing. If you want to drop off donations, this is the Calico Fish House in Huntington Beach. What have you heard, though, you know, when people drop things off, what are you hearing from them? They just feel this need to step up and help?
Yeah, most people don't know how to help, right? So they're like, should I be sending my money to a random organization? And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I think what they've been saying to us is, I know if I buy this particular good, you're going to get it into the hands of somebody who needs it right away. So there's that efficiency element, because we know how important this is right now. And I think they feel comfortable doing that, coming to the restaurant, as well as we have actually had a lot of people who have come to the restaurant in need of help, who have evacuated, either taken buses out of Los Angeles. You know, these are not, you know, it's funny, there's these horrible toxic comments online where they're like, oh, everybody's rich. And even if that was the case, you know, people lose things. That's totally irrelevant. But we are having a lot of people who are struggling and on financial hard times who have come down, are either going to stay with friends, and we've provided them with free meals. And it's just those types of things. So this is a whole mixed bag of people in all different areas of life. But the customers see that, and they appreciate that. A lot of customers who have helped us, we said, hey, you have a free meal, right? Like, I'm not letting you pay. So it's kind of this merry-go-round of help.
So there are a lot of people watching this right now. They're going to say, that sounds great. How can I help? What can I do tomorrow? Where do I go? What do I do? What's your answer?
Well, we're going to be taking multiple trips up again to LA. We're going to be cooking fresh food. But I think for people to kind of help quickly, the most important thing is that they are still looking for diapers, wipes, baby formula, water, socks, shoes, kids' shoes. Those are shoes of all sizes, but especially kids' shoes, and hygiene products, as well as feminine hygiene products. So any of those donations at the restaurant, we are going to be just taking truckloads up there along with the hot food in tranches. So they can come by 16600 Pacific Coast High.
Donald Trump on the whole situation. He blames the governor of California for what's going on over there right now, man. It's crazy, man. It is.
Highway that's in the Sunset Beach area of Huntington Beach. Everybody can also, Lauren's a lot better online. They can message her on any of these outlets and help to coordinate. And then once again, the Dream Center is really the central area in which a lot of this is getting distributed, at least on our end.
You're doing God's work, Chef Andrew Gruel. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you were watching when Alex gave you the shout out, because it's really nice to be able to report some good news. I mean, we've been live hour after hour, commercial free, and we have just been reporting bad news, and more bad news. So thank you so much for, you know.
Here go the governor's response to
It's one can't even respond to it. I mean, it's
to Trump blaming him.
You know, people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot
He's
of thoughts,
speaking to
and I know
Trump,
what I want
guys.
to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden.
We watched that
and he had
earlier.
the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us. We're in the public safety phase.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to.
Then they show what Trump said. You know what I'm saying? This is what Trump had to say about Governor Newsom, man. It's crazy. Trump blamed him for what we seeing going on right now in California, y'all. It's wild, man. It's wild. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Doing what you do and lightening up the newscast.
Giving us some hope.
Thanks for having me
Appreciate
on.
it. Important work. Andrew Gruel, excellent job. And maybe we can get out there and get our cameras out there tomorrow. It'd be cool to show that off a little bit as we move into the hopefully next phase of this, which is going to be the rebuilding phase.
Recovery phase for sure. Okay, so Palisades fire, now onto the Eaton fire. That's where Laura Diaz is in Altadena. Laura?
Yes, we're on Home Park Avenue and we're standing on a cul-de-sac. I wanted to show you this because basically this was a ring of fire. As you can see it, we talked a little bit earlier about how some homes were able to survive and others were absolutely decimated. If you look off to the side there, you can see that one structure is partially standing. Then over here, completely gutted with just the fireplace. We still have the spot fires coming off of the gas, but as we move in a counterclockwise fashion, you look behind me and look at that, just total decimation, including a car, just charred ruins. It looks as though a bomb absolutely
It
fell
sure does look
on
like
this
a bomb.
cul-de-sac, and this is what was left behind. This is what's left of people's lives. Look at this, charred ruins. Looks like it was beams, some kind of metal, I don't know, of some sort of facade that was in the house. And I'm sure that people had just moments. As we look over my shoulder, you can see two cars. There's one off to the far left that's still intact. But people absolutely had to just take what they could and get out. And this is the story that we've been telling over the last couple of days of people in just extreme situations. We know that the fire was highly combustible. In fact, of the 5 deaths that we had here in Eaton, there were in 3 different households, and it was described as being an explosive fire. So those people just didn't have the chance to get out. You know, as someone who's covered the news for many years here in Southern California, and I'm well versed on the phenomenon of Santa Ana winds, which used to be just a couple of months out of the year. And
Shout
now
out to everybody new in the building. Make sure y'all subscribing to the channel, man. Double tap that screen and click those 3 dots. Hit the thumbs up, get the likes up. This is the California fire, man. This is live coverage of what's going on.
About what we can do to try to protect our homes, try to protect
What's
our
up,
lives.
Kim?
But when it happens in an instant, people really don't have much time to respond. The best they can hope for is that they're able to get out of the house intact with their family and just grab whatever they can. That's the latest here from Eaton. I'm sending it back to you, Marla and Alex.
And it really is remarkable, Laura, if you think about it, how many people were able to get out of the house. I mean, obviously, horrible, the thought of 5 people that died in all this. But if you think about the size and scope of this fire and the ferociousness of it, and more than 1,000 structures burned, and we're really lucky to have 5. And that means that a lot of people got out and listened to those evacuation orders.
Absolutely, Alex. And also, we really can never compliment the people who work in the fire departments all over Southern California. You know, people come from all over the world and they train with our people because they are that high echelon of somebody who knows all of the things that it takes, the science and the hard work and all of the training that goes into people here in Southern California, the men and women who work in the various fire departments, they are at the top of the training profession. So we're very fortunate that we have them to protect our homes and our lives. But you're so right that in that instant, when you have to make the decision.
They
I'm
haven't
gonna leave, and
said
I'm
yet,
gonna leave
Veronica.
right now.
Nobody
Now,
knows
I
how it
can tell you
started.
this, where
Some
we are
people say
standing,
somebody's
here,
cigarette.
this
Somebody
area
else.
is a
Some
little
other
bit
people
easier
say
to get out of,
drones.
because as
It's
we
up
were
in the
driving
air.
up, we found
It's up in the
roadways that
air.
were quite expansive. When you're talking about the area there in Studio City or in the Hollywood Hills, it's really difficult to navigate those turns, and they are so narrow that sometimes the fire trucks can't get up that narrow roadway, and they have to pull those hoses all the way up. It is backbreaking work. So hats off to the men and women who've worked so hard to keep us safe here in Southern California. And my heart does go out to those people who will have to start all over again. But if you have your family,
this is
you have
mismanagement of
everything.
water. Boy, a lot of people
Well
got
said,
a lot
Laura.
of
Really, really well said. And we know that the Eaton fire, that's where arrests were made for those
What's up,
three
Veronica?
looters. We learned this early on today from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Laura, thank you for your reporting.
And let's talk more about that idea of looting. LA County's new district attorney says
I told
looters
y'all they were
are not
stealing.
going to be able to get away with it. Nathan Hochman sharing a video of his sister's former home, which was destroyed by the Palisade fire.
I told y'all that, man, they running up in these rich people's houses as this fire is going on and stealing everything that they can get their hands on. They are most definitely looting in California right now. Man, look, they going crazy over there during this fire.
At the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time, with her family, and now this home, along with the homes in the street.
I'm blessed, Veronica. Shout out to you. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man. We on the road to 20K.
Like
you know what I'm saying? We at 19.4K right now. 50 more subscribers will get us to 19.5, man. So if you over here, make sure you subscribe, and if you have
Hochman also
not.
promised to crack down on those exploiting the crisis. We spoke to him live earlier tonight during our coverage.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement and the DA's office. I want to send an unmistakable clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you. We are going to prosecute you.
Do a super chat then, Jason,
to the full extent
if you want to shout out.
So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. We will go after you. We will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
Yeah, and to echo that sentiment, LA County Board Chair of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, she said essentially the same thing. They are working hand in hand, the Board of Supervisors and the DA's office. And she said, Barger said earlier, the full weight of the county will come down on you. That was her message to any potential looter.
Let's talk about our weather now. Adam Kruger, this really is the key to this whole thing. You've got to look at our forecast.
Right. So it's going to stay dry through Friday. Winds go down tonight. They've already started to do that. They pick back up tomorrow and into Friday morning. I'm going to take a closer look at that in a moment. But I want to start with the map of the perimeter of the Palisades fire. And we got a short time ago an update on the acreage. It went up about 1,500 acres. But I can tell you where that increase occurred. And if you look at this, basically the orange color is the fire footprint, or like the perimeter of the fire. And you can see on the left side of your screen, it extended all the way to that gray color, which was actually the burn scar from the Franklin fire around Malibu last month. Of course, then we had the fire just run all the way down to the ocean.
We need 30 more to have 400 on that like button. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. Get the likes to 400, guys, if you don't mind.
Update that we got from the agencies that put this together. So the brightest orange color right here was the original footprint or perimeter of the fire. The next level was the next one, and on from there. So when we had the 15,800 or so acre, the perimeter was here. Okay.
If you over here and you ain't hit the like button, man, click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. If you over here and you ain't subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We on the road to 20K, man.
And then all up, of course, over into this area. And then with the latest latest update, which added about 1,500 more acres to it, that's going to be that darkest shade of orange. So what we can tell from that is that the last update, the fire perimeter did not extend any farther towards Brentwood or any farther towards Santa Monica. The extra acreage that was just added with the latest update is all up here on the north end of the perimeter. There's a couple other spots over in this direction, but the biggest chunk of it right about here. So that gives us an idea of where the fire recently has spread. And yes, the winds are still blowing towards the ocean, but still we can see, you know, the fire expanded in various directions. I mean, there's burning vegetation next to other dry vegetation, so naturally it's going to go in all directions, even though the wind was pushing it down towards the ocean. So again, the latest expansion, it seems to me, is more so just a little bit to the north. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to keep going far to the north, but it's somewhat of a good sign, you know, if you're watching from, let's say, the Brentwood area, and I know there's those evacuation orders that extend even into parts of Santa Monica. I have not seen this perimeter advance at all down in that direction. So maybe a little relief for some folks there. Okay, now let's talk a little bit more about the forecast. We'll switch it over to Weather One right now. And the headlines that we've been sharing here.
Prayers for California, man. I hope they get it together.
Didn't look like it had burned, and they were defending that. Now they're in the front of the school. That is Lake Avenue right there, and this is Calaveras. But as we've been driving around this neighborhood, we have seen
get the lights up, guys. We about to make an exit. If y'all don't, we need 400 on that light before we hit the 4-hour mark, or we out of here.
It is not a stretch to think that there are many students here, and this school, according to its website,
we done already hit the 4-hour mark. Man, y'all better get these lights up. It is
not a stretch.
We gone.
To believe that some of them have also lost
the 3 dots, hit the thumbs
up. The one constant, the one thing that they could count on to be normal in their lives, but even that now has been taken from them. And you've got to remember, too, they did not have the typical elementary school experience because of COVID. There were shutdowns and there was Zoom school, and now they're not getting the typical middle school experience either. So these kids really have been through a lot, and again, sadly, I think it is safe to guess and heartbreaking that many of them have also lost their home. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the mental health crisis.
You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm tired anyway. Y'all playing games with the like button, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting in all this overtime. We've been here 4 hours. We stuck at 385 with over 400 people. We know we got people in here that haven't been here already, and y'all not clicking the like button. It's all right. It's all good. I'm tired anyway. We're going to go ahead and make our grand exit, man. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely took y'all through the Diddy meltdown. You know what I'm talking about? I took y'all through the Corey Pratchett situation with him and his alleged kidnapping charges. I showed y'all where Trump was mad at the governor of California, basically blaming all of this on him as far as the fires go. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely showed y'all Durk's bombshell, where he's been hit with 2 M for hire charges, one for King Von, one for his brother. I also showed y'all what Jay-Z and Tony Busby got going on, as well as the California fires that we were covering before people, you know, let the hour catch up with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been here 4 hours. We've been having over 400 people. We need 400 on that like. You know what I'm talking about? Most definitely click those 3 dots. Most definitely hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 20K, man. That's all we ask. We ain't asked for no money. You know what I'm saying? We ain't asked for nothing. We just asked you hit the like button, and if you new, subscribe. But anyways, I fulfilled all of my obligations, man. I most definitely missed y'all yesterday, so I came back today to make it right. I hope everybody got some form of information out of this live stream that you did not get before. I hope y'all were thoroughly entertained. I hope I put some fat on your brain, man. If you're looking for me, I'm in here Monday through Thursday, every day, you know, Monday through Thursday for 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. So pull up on me, pull up on the Sidewalk Gang, man. Come and hang out with us. Even if you don't get your notification, I'm here Monday through Thursday, and the show starts at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Man, I break down all the news. If it's in the news, I'm most definitely trying to catch it and present it to y'all, let y'all see what's going on, keep y'all up to date, man. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, Good morning, handsomes. Thanks for the update. Already, Veronica. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. Subscribe. Turn your notification bells on to all so you don't miss nothing. But with that said, man, like I said, I fulfilled all of my obligations. Shout out to my moderators. Shout out to my members. Shout out to anybody that copped a super chat, a super sticker. If you sent a cash out, man, I most definitely appreciate you. If you sent a gift, I appreciate you. Always remember, man, you know, as a content creator on YouTube, I'm most definitely nothing without y'all. You already know, clicking a view. This is Trap News, and I'm your trap anchor man, Mahel. Man, I hope y'all enjoyed yourself, man, but I'm about to get up out of here. You know, we needed 5 more people on that like to hit the 400 mark, and we've been having pretty much over 400 people since we've been in here. Show you how it works, though, man. But either way it go, man, shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. I enjoyed everybody that pulled up on the channel to support what I got going on, man. And until tomorrow, man, y'all stay safe in the real streets as well as the YouTube streets. You never know when some craziness gonna go on, so you always gotta stay on your P's and Q's, man. Keep your head on the swivel. And with that being said, y'all already know what this means, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Naja, Naughty, Pretty Panty Eggs for gifting that membership. If you got it from her, make sure you thank them. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have to do it, but they did. Man, we need one more person on that like. We'll be at 400 on the night, man. It most definitely been a good night for me. I hope y'all do the same. But shout out to that gifted membership. Shout out to anybody that caught the membership or gifted one. I am most definitely grateful for you. Thank you very much. You know what I'm talking about? If you have not got one yet, man, go ahead and get you a membership and become a member of the Sidewalk Gang. We are not really like a gang. We are more like a family. We just call that the Sidewalk Gang for YouTube purposes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, already, man. Prayers for the people in California. And with that being said, man, I'm going to go ahead and go. It's time for me to make my exit. Sidewalk Gang, check in out. I'll see y'all at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. Y'all take care of yourself. I'm gone.